Hello, and welcome to the Novastorm channel. If anyone is joining us for the first time today, or yeah, first time today. Hello, my name is Ellie Ajere. I'm a mech pilot VTuber. This is my Halloween costume as a witch. Um, and we are going to be going through some entries to the Spooktober Visual Novel Jam. This is an event that is hosted by Discord server DevTalk. Um, and it is a challenge where you have to try and make a visual novel within the span of 1 month during September. It is an event that we have actually also entered in with our visual novel Red Zero. You can type exclamation point Red Zero in chat in order to get a link to our visual novel, or you can check out the panels below. But we're gonna be playing some other entries into the visual novel jam today. And you might be thinking like, oh Ellie, there's like no background music or anything right now. And that's because we have not made it past the content warning of our first game, our first visual novel, which is The Final Prize is Soup. Thematically, I was also eating some soup dumplings before this, um, but we'll see if we actually get soup at the end of this. So yes, please read the content warnings of violence, blood, death, cannibalism, child abuse, human sacrifice, spiders, monsters, domestic violence, alcohol, drowning, fire, and snake. And I will click I understand and wish to proceed. Then we have our nice menu. I love this. I like this style. Okay, so let's read the log line. After a disastrous breakup, Qian Hailu wakes up to find that she's dead. Luckily or unluckily, she's been given a chance to turn back the clock and avert her death, as long as she can pass 3 rounds in the game of life. And let me just make sure that I have something here correct. Maybe I'll turn up the sound just a little bit on this. They also have like really nice accessibility options for this. Um, Something that I will work on putting in next update or something. And look, we have like CG gallery. If the final prize is soup, then go for the next style. Now we're gonna find clothes at the soup store, you know? Alright, well, let's get into this. The final prize is soup. Hi Ali, new follower here and UI programmer for the game. I hope you enjoy it. Hi, I've seen you lurking around yesterday in Lyra's when Lyra was playing 16, but glad to have you here. I'm excited. You did a very good job so far, as what I can see with the UI and such. And like, I was the one that made the UI or the GUI of our game, or like modified stuff from like templates. But you know, I understand. I understand the hard work that goes into this. And like, I saw this like UI through like the screenshots, and I was like, oh, this is cool. Ah, and you can change the opacity. That's nice. So smart. I like that. And the little cat. Within the crackling red, a suffocating black, my mind seemed to take form from countless ashes. A falling sensation jolted me awake, but my body would not move. A weight upon my legs, a haze upon my consciousness, as a flow of blood had congealed within my veins. Pretty. I really like the effects. I opened my heavy eyelids and met red. A girl wearing a red dress sat upon my lap, looking at me like one would look like a particularly droll statue at a dull museum. I meant to push her off of me, yet I was unable to make more than the slightest twitch. In the falling especially of the design of human flesh, unlike wooden marionettes. Despite the stiffness of my muscles and joints, I could still feel the hard seat and backrest. Order. Let me turn some of this down a little bit in case I'm too quiet, just in case. The music is really nice here, though. I tried to speak, and in more of the same, my voice did not move. Ellie's at soup. Yes, I'm at soup. Hello, Vector. She too did not speak. Finally, her eyes, red as blood, met mine. As if acknowledging me, as if dismissing me, she stepped down to the ground. In doing so, she opened up my line of sight. I glanced around, still frozen. This was a place with shadows and little else. I seemed to spot the outline of a door by a far wall, which was also covered in darkness. Thus, a glint of light where there was no light instantly caught my eye. The music is giving the perfect balance of Nier and Chrono Trigger. So lovely. Okay, I've never like really experienced the music for Chrono Trigger, but I agree with the Nier. Blade, a scalpel. The girl held a small surgical knife that, at this moment, she let go of. That which fell to the ground rather than a clink or a bounce was devoured by the floor and melted away. Ooh. Fanciful thought flitted across my mind that this was a dream. She did not speak. I could not speak. My tongue stiffened my mouth, my limbs feeling not my own. Slowly, I regained control of my body and pushed myself up to my feet. A wave of vertigo washed over me as I wobbled to balance. I glanced behind me, finding the chair that I must have been sitting on, and the same darkness that covered the rest of this place. Finally, I wearily looked back towards the girl. Where was this? Who was she? I tried to remember how I arrived at this situation. Nothing. I couldn't remember anything. Instead, feeling a budding headache at my temple and a sour sensation bubbling in my gut. No one would search for me. A face crossed my mind as if to contradict me. Maybe that person who I pushed away would, but the thought didn't give me any sense of relief. You have already died. Then, an unfamiliar voice, the voice of the girl wearing red, broke the silence. This is the afterlife, the courts of DU. Welcome to the final court, the 11th court, where you will be judged. I was dead, she said. This was the afterlife, she said. To think that my forebears were right. The courts were a major part of the traditional subterranean afterlife of DU, a concept formed by the mixture of Buddhist ideas and traditional Chinese ideas. The number was commonly stated to be 10, but I've heard of variants, albeit not 11. Then again, this wasn't my area of study, but rather information that person would mention now and then when something piqued her interest. Was I in great shock that my mind would wander so? So, I'm dead? Yes. She looked at me as if I were a fool. Without waiting, she continued her script. I am the judge of the 11th Court of Hell. You have been disqualified from entering the cycle of reincarnation by your sins in life. Your fate as a sinner will be determined by this court. Oh boy! Therefore, you may not drink men pose forgetfulness soup. Oh! Oh, I actually know a little bit about this type of lore then. Or, yeah, about this, oh god, yeah, the forgetfulness soup. This is, yeah, I've read similar, folklore, mythology, myths, yeah, should be interesting. My knowledge is not that great. I just know that I have experienced this, or like I have read through similar things before. Mengpo was the goddess of the Naihe Bridge. Oh god, I don't know how to pronounce that one. In the underworld, serving a soup that would wipe the memory of all that drink it. All souls had to drink the soup before they could reincarnate into the next life, stripped from the burdens of their previous life. Instead, you were given the chance to participate in a trial set by the king of the 11th court. Oh my god! A game of life, 3 rounds, 3 tests. Should you pass all 3, then you will be brought forth before the court to win the qualification for rebirth or to undo your death. I mean, so far this is better than what the cats had to do in, you know, like the musical Cats. What did it mean to undo my death? I narrowed my eyes in contemplation, thinking of all the false claims of resurrection made by religious fanatics of all sorts. Of course, I want to live again. Somewhere deep in my bones, I've already accepted that I was dead. What sort of tests? Dangerous? Enough. Difficult enough. What happens if I refuse to enter this game of life? You will be judged to have lost and be eaten alive. You have no obligation to participate. Simply do nothing and everything will end with time. No, I just want to check. I have no intention of giving up before I even get started. I look around again, finding no one but her and me. Why was I the only one chosen for this? Dots. Why would you think that? There are plenty of other dead who will also play this game. Deciding whether you want to fight over the prize with them once you meet is your prerogative. Dots. Dong. A low bell rang. She tilted her head upward, gazing into the dark. My task here is finished. I've been called away by the king, so I'll take my leave now. Not looking for an answer from me, she turned to leave and stepped partway into the shadows before pausing. She glanced back towards me and pointed at the door by the far wall. Just one more thing. Pass through that door to enter the first test. The first game. Richito, hello! How are you doing today? I'm excited to also play your VN next after this one. If you are still interested in playing. God, it's very simple, but like I love the like atmospheric particles. It's something that I wish I had time to like add into like Red Zero or something. Although maybe like it would lend itself to like the atmosphere, I think. Fine, and you? I'm doing well. Had some soup dumplings before we played or before we started this the final prizes soup. I hope there's soup somewhere. I mean, like there's already been one mention of the soup. It's the forgetful soup. Oh yes, because I did not do this earlier. I should also do this. And I need to change the color back to my color. Oops. Yes, so there's a link to the itch.io page for this current visual novel. I will also link it probably towards the end as well, in case anyone wants to go download it for themselves. Then she finally walked into the shadows and disappeared from my sight. I was now all alone. All I had left to do was walk through the door, but I hesitated. The continuing low sound of the bell sent chills down my spine. As I stalled, the darkness approached. Before I realized, the chair behind me was swallowed whole. I stumbled, trying to avoid the shadows that had reached my feet. It extended towards me, and I backed away further, but despite the black barely touching my shoes, I felt like hands upon my neck, cold yet burning. I gasped, forcing myself towards the door, tearing off the invisible things grabbing me. They seemed to try and drag me back, making my skin burn. I ran. I had to run. The darkness chased. I reached the door. I could not see the other side, despite it appearing more like a hole in the wall than a door now. That was mere steps away. I had to go. Propelling myself through it with my hands against the frame, I passed through the doorway. A strange light, so familiar. Familiar? Oh my god, so similar to the absence of light, enveloped me. Then I was falling. Oh, is it pretty? I grunted as I dropped unceremoniously to the ground. Despite landing on my feet, I slipped on the wet grass and rolled a couple meters down the hill. It took me a moment to reorient myself on the ground. When the world finally stopped spinning, I stood, brushed the dirt off my clothes as best I could, and observed my surroundings. There wasn't much to comment on. I was in a deserted part of a dark forest. Yo, are we in the Hunger Games? Are the odds ever in our favor? Are we gonna get a bow and arrow? Trees and shrubbery surrounded me on all sides. Visibility was minimal, but moonlight streamed through gaps within the leaves. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke through the natural quietude. Ah, perhaps I wasn't alone after all. There was something in the foliage. Oh, this is beautiful. Before I could investigate, a familiar voice filled the sky. Welcome to the first round of the game of life. It was the girl in the red dress. Like, her voice came from the speakers of a stadium. She was nowhere to be seen, yet could be heard everywhere. This is the Hunger Games! The rules are simple. You have 9 hours to arrive at the bottom of the mountain. Alive, of course. I'll be your judge. Good luck. I bit back a chuckle. She couldn't hide the sarcasm in her well wishes as she tried. Oh, so that's a good luck. It's so pretty! Well, at least downhill was always easier than uphill. I began walking in the direction the ground seemed to slope downwards. I did my best to ignore the eerie feeling of something watching me from within the foliage as I searched my pockets. Did I have anything that might help me get down to the mountain in one piece? Or get down the mountain in one piece? Not much at all. No wallet, no phone, not even my lighter. Oh, you smoke? At least the moon was bright today. Despite the darkness of the forested mountain, I had enough light to ensure I wouldn't walk right into a tree. 9 hours wasn't a terribly long time, but it was enough to lose strength to thirst and hunger. Thankfully, I didn't feel hungry or thirsty right now. But just in case, should I spend some more time looking for a river or... A sharp scream sliced through my thoughts and sent a shiver down my spine, making my heart race in my chest. I jumped at the sound, turning in every direction to identify its origin. Then, as the scream began to diminish, the noise of crunching and squelching, reminding me of a large dog feasting upon a fleshy reward, reached my ears. I was trying to listen to the sound effect to see if, like, I could gather what the crunching sound is actually, or what the sound effects artists used for the crunching sound. I ran towards the source. It might have been dangerous, but I couldn't just leave someone in danger. So I naively thought. Dashing towards the noise, I felt my stomach turn as the animalistic eating increased in volume, and further dread came upon me as I realized that I could no longer hear the person. I skidded to a stop before a ridge, finding that the level ground stopped a few meters in front of me. Sound came from below. Walking towards the edge to peer downwards, I wondered if they would be alright. That train of thought died as soon as I saw what became of the person, or what became of the remains of the person. They were dead. That wasn't a person. That wasn't a human being. that was just a pile of flesh. Yeah, let's go! Creepy monster design! A few meters below the ridge where I stood, a pack of monsters hunched over something terribly red, tearing inwards from the lifeless sack of what must have been a human. Huh? Words were caught in my throat. My lungs started with each breath. As much as my brain screamed at me to run, I couldn't tear my eyes from the scene. Hurry, before they notice you! Oh, that was good. As soon as I thought that, one of the monsters suddenly turned its head. Red dots in the depths of black pits met my eyes. If those teeth caught me, I would be done. Just jump scare. I want to save here. Is this the same? Yeah, this is the same. Hi. This is Ellie saving. Actually, I don't. Wait, we're gonna test something. I want to see how long this will go. Where's their limit? Aha! So it is just whatever screen space. Ah. You're copying Lazy Law. Don't worry, I use the similar save title thing. I mean, it's fun. It's fun to see. Hello, I'm Polly, the monster artist. Thank you so much for playing. I also want to give my props to Red Zero. It was a joy to play. Hope you enjoy. Oh, thank you for playing Red Zero. And yes, so far I really enjoy this monster design. I'm not someone that like really gets like scared or like creeped out very easily. I more so just go like, oh, that's nice, or this is a cool design. So props to you. This looks amazing so far. It's gonna suck if you have to clear all that out. What, all the A's? Hi Polly, monsters in this game are so cool. I love the teeth. Yeah. Do you mind me asking how you animated the monster? Like, was this like a live 2D thing, or like After Effects or some other like animation program? My sense of equilibrium collapsed and my legs turned to jelly, causing me to fall behind. Manually? Our programmer Justin animated it through code. Ah, okay. Damn, props to you. It let out a howl and jumped towards me, thankfully unable to climb the ridge to reach me. Yet, sensing my presence above the ledge, just a few meters tall, it began to slam and scrape against the rocks to find a handle to climb upwards. That was finally enough for my brain to get my legs to work. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I dashed towards the forest in the opposite direction of those creatures, hoping I was still going downwards and not into a den of monsters. As I ran past the trees and shrubs, a sudden light caught my eye. A bobbing orb within the foliage appeared to be approaching me, the light flickering in and out as it disappeared behind the leaves intermittently. My breath hitched. No. I didn't know what the light could be, but considering I just saw a pack of monsters eating the last person that screamed, I didn't want to find out and picked another direction to run. How many more monsters can be? As I twisted, the ground beneath me disappeared. My foot hit something hard, and the sky swung outside my field of view as grass and rocks came hurtling toward me. I crashed onto the ground, just barely able to stop myself from face planting straight into the dirt. Terror gripped my heart. Did something catch me? Items! This is a nice cut-in. When I turned around, I saw only a metal pipe and a hiking backpack on the ground. What tripped me was nothing more than a pair of inanimate objects, innocuously scattered apart by my impact. Their presence was almost laughable in the face of what I imagined. My heart wanted to relax and stop thumping for a moment, filled with the self-ridicule of my overreaction. Then I saw the light flickering through the trees again. Too close, too close. I had to leave now. I struggled to my feet, but that one moment of relaxation took more of a toll on me than I expected. My legs wobbled and the glow was upon me before I could get up. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself for the end. I was done for. Whatever monster I was running away from was going to eat me. The first bite never came. Instead, I heard human footsteps shuffle closer to my position before stopping. The light swept over my closed eyelids and shifted out of my face. Whoever stood before me did not speak. However, perhaps it wasn't a monster. When I opened my eyes, it was a pretty face that greeted me. Her usual gloomy disposition broke from the surprise in her eyes. It was a familiar face, her eyes averting mine as she, too, recognized me. Was I dreaming? Mimi? My heart started thumping for a different reason. Cold sweat breaking out from nervous awkwardness instead of fear. It was me. No, not Mimi. Her name was Cheng Yangshu, and my former girlfriend. I use the term former, not because I had died, but because we broke up a few weeks ago. And it wasn't. I swallowed those feelings like I swallowed her name from my lips. Miss Shu? Lulu? Jian Hailu? System check. Hello, Dao. It's been a bit. Yes, so system check means I take a sip of my tea, I stretch, check posture. I'm immediately going to sleep. Too much to do tomorrow. Okay, have a very good night, Tal. I like the little like stars and like highlight shading in this. It's very cute. Yes, Cheng Yangshu. We spoke each other's full names, mutually discarding the pet names that we once called each other when we had been in love. Jian Huailu and Cheng Yangshu were no longer dating. Cheng Huailu and Cheng Yangshu were dead. But hope you have fun, everyone, and hope everyone is entertained, guaranteed with no storm. Thank you, Tao. This phone case is so cute. I finally gathered my thoughts. I didn't expect to see you here. Neither do I. You're here for the game of life as well? A rhetorical question. Who would go hiking deep in the mountains at this hour at night? Certainly not Cheng Yangshu. She was much more of an indoor girl. Yeah. At least the task seems simple. We just need to get to the bottom of the mountain. It's always easier going down than up. Like her relationship. Easy, there are monsters on our trail. Monsters? Yeah, I saw them eating one of the contestants. I didn't know how best to describe the scene, my blood running cold as I remembered vividly the monsters eating. However, it seemed I didn't need to. She didn't doubt my words. I trembled as she looked at her phone. It took everything to not reach out to give her a comforting hug. This is a bad dream. We would wake up and we would be... I sighed internally. Why did I do this to myself? I couldn't let the past cloud over the present. Still, looking at the way she clutched her phone, trembling at the mere mention of monsters, made me waver in my convictions. It occurred to me that she would never make it out alive on her own. Alive? That seemed to be the wrong phrase. I can't believe we're both dead. That's one hell of a coincidence. Coincidence? A horrible one, but yeah. What was the line for interacting with and helping your ex? Despite my indecision, there was one thing I had no doubt about. It didn't matter that we broke up. I didn't want her to be dead. Should we team up? Terror was still evident in her face, but there was a light of hope in her eyes from my words. Yes, you are allowed to be biased with this. Oh my god, the animations are so great. She hesitantly reached out a hand towards me, but retracted it before I could hold her. With a slight shake of her hand and a slight nod, she gave me the slightest smile. If you'll have me. We chatted about our situation for a few more minutes and debated on what we should do. We couldn't find an answer beyond playing this cruel game. Yanshu tilted her head towards the objects on the ground. What do we have here? Backpack, backpack. I dug through the backpack I tripped over. A couple of bottles of water, a variety of snacks, and a first aid kit. We are in the Hunger Games! Welcome to the Chinese Afterlife Hunger Games! I pulled the items out one by one to show Yangshu. Or I guess Battle Royale, depending on which you want to pull from. And I guess this... I picked up the metal pipe laying on the backpack and swung it a couple times. I didn't harbor any optimism about its effectiveness against man-eating monsters, but it's a weapon. Here's a note from 11. Lucky boxes will be scattered throughout the mountains for players to use as they please. I suppose this is one of them. 11. Oh, the girl in the red dress. She appeared to tell me I'm dead. Did she not appear before you two? I think it was her voice who announced the start of the game. I held my hand out for the notes, which Yangshu handed to me. The calligraphy on the red paper was stunning, taking me out of this dreary forest for a moment. Each delicate curve and stroke perfectly sized, indicating masterful control of the brush. I felt my lips curl upwards involuntarily, a softness filling my chest. There was a saying that beautiful people had beautiful handwriting. It was unfair. Me, I feel that my handwriting is horrible. The voice that you give to Yangshu is so cute. I appreciate it. I try. And this is also the reason why I'm like particularly trying to pick out games that mainly have female characters, because then I know, like, okay, I know I can like do a decent like handful of female voices, but doing male characters and voicing male characters like shoots my throat so badly. Oh, her, yes. She appeared in front of me too. She never gave me her name, so I just called her by 11 in my head. I see. I don't know her name either. It'll be easier to call her 11. I briefly wondered what her real name was. As I repacked the backpack, I decided to ask the next time that I saw her. Yangshu? Huh? She looked up from her phone, guiltily placing it on sleep mode. Okay, wait, hang on. She has her phone in the afterlife, and it's working? Do we have a phone? I mean, I should have, like, thought about this before, but... Have you tried calling for help? She chewed on her lip and shook her head before turning the phone on again to call. Okay, I have to mention, I fucking love cell phone keychains and charms. I wish my cell phone case had a little like hook for for like charms again. I miss that. More cell phone cases need to add that in. I want to have my cute little cell phone charm. Hi, CG artist of this game here. Hello, welcome. You did a wonderful job on this so far. Like we're not very far, honestly, but like all the art is just like a chef kiss. I want one with a kitty. I used to have the gachapons in the malls in my city had the little Winnie the Pooh like cell phone keychains, and like each little like Pooh Bear was like dressed up as a different animal. So I used to have a little like Winnie the Pooh like chicken cell phone charm on my phone. But then the cell phone cases stopped, you know, having the area for the charm. Like I guess I could put it around like one of the loops where the buttons go, but like that might be a little bit like it might get in the way if I do that. But why 11? Is there a reason to use 11? Does she look like an 11? There are 11 judges, if I remember correctly, of this court of hell. So I guess she's the 11th. Oh, the judge of the 11th court. Okay, 11th court, not 11 judges. I'm misremembering. There's no signal. Why has she been using that phone for the whole time? That's too bad. Hey, maybe you should turn that off. I can barely see our surroundings with that blue light. Really, removing the charm loop was an engineering misstep towards mediocrity? Really, yeah. But she's also 11 out of 10, yep. I'm sorry. Besides, what if it runs out of battery at a time that we need it? Oh, that's not a problem. Oh my god! My mouth dropped open, but the words could not adequately describe my shock as I watched her fish through her pockets and pull out a hand crank charger. Girl, I want one! You even put a sticker on it. That's cute as fuck. Like I've seen like the battery chargers of like, oh yeah, plug this back into the wall to charge your phone, but a hand crank? I fucking love hand crank like mechanisms. I used to have a like hand crank flashlight. That was my favorite flashlight. See? Now I can use my phone as much as I want. Dots. Charging your phone like that would still take time. Let's leave it on sleep mode for now until we find somewhere safe and with reception. Oh, okay. She agreed and put her phone away without a fight. Backpack on my shoulders, metal pipe in my hand, and Yangshu following closely behind me. We resumed our journey to the bottom of the mountain. We walked and walked and walked for a long time. I couldn't tell how long we've been walking. Was this even downward? What if a monster appeared beyond the next bush? Every rustle of foliage, every breeze of mountain air, and every single little sound kept the two of us on the edge, especially when the ground went up and down and the shadows moved with the moon. Despite my anxieties, I kept my face stoic. If I broke down now, I would never make it through this game alive. Not just me, but her too. Eventually, Eleven's voice came once again from the sky. It is now the hour of the ox. You have 4 more hours to make it to the base of the mountain. 4 more hours meant that we had a little less than half the time left. Sheesh, already half the time. I didn't know why the judge felt so kind as to let us know the time, but something else she said bothered me. Hour of the ox. Okay, okay, I know what y'all are trying to do, but also like that, like the stepping motion forward is like a little bit creepy, and especially with the speed. It means that hours between 1 and 3 in the morning. Oh, learn something new every day. Hmm. She just walking. We continue to walk, following the slight slope downwards. Some mountains could take days to climb. The same probably held true for descending such mountains. I could only hope this wasn't one of them. Although my legs grew tired, I trekked onwards with Yangshu. I could feel my pace slowing, but the distance between us seemed to be growing with each moment. Thus, I slowed to a stop and turned to look at her. I couldn't keep ignoring the panting behind me. Yangshu really wasn't made for the outdoors. Yangshu? Huh? Let's take a break. As soon as the words left my mouth, I felt the weight upon my shoulders rush through my whole body, and the aching of my feet intensified. I can keep going. I shook my head. No, I'm tired as well. This backpack is killing me. With a thump, I dropped the backpack to the ground and took a seat in the grassy patch by some foliage. I rubbed my shoulders, stretching a bit, and began to rummage through the backpack for the food and water we found inside before. Y'all are dead, but you still need to, like, have food and water. Some refreshments would go a long way right now. It was an awful night for a midnight picnic, but I handed her a bottle of water anyways. Rummaging through the snacks included a lucky box. I picked out some potato chips and pretzels for Yangshu. She perked up immediately and took the bag, enthusiastically tearing it open and munching happily on the snacks. I smiled. She always looked the cutest, eating her favorite salty foods. But then I bit back the smile and forced a frown. I needed to stop thinking like this. We ate mostly in silence. Perhaps it was due to the fact that there were monsters hunting us, or perhaps it was due to this being the first meal we've shared since breaking up. It didn't matter. I wasn't able to think of anything I was willing to say anyways. After eating, Yangshu sat cross-legged by me and took out her phone and hand crank. I suppose we were safer now than before, since I didn't hear any monsters nearby. Taking a quick glance around, I couldn't see anything in our proximity. I couldn't scold her for this. She turned the crank in her hands, brows drawn, and completely focused on the task. Yet the speed she was going at wouldn't generate nearly enough energy to charge a temporary lamp for 2 minutes, yet alone a phone. I'll do it. Also, the options. Good job on the UI. I like that. That might be me slightly biased of having Chinese backgrounds, but or like my family is also Chinese, but I do not speak any actual very good Cantonese. Dang, you did a good job designing everything. Here, give it to me. Yangshu hesitated, but passed the crank to me. I started turning the handle at twice the speed she was. Still, it would take time to charge the phone. Actually, maybe I should have saved back there, but that's okay. We can always, like, backtrack a little bit. Still, it would take time to charge the phone. Barely a % increase in the battery showed after cranking for 5 minutes. Yo, this is why you turn the phone off. Turn the phone off while you charge it. So, why do you bother with this? She looked up from her phone. Huh? Going to these lengths to keep a phone alive. We don't even have reception. A small smile graced her lips, reminding me of the time that we were together. Also, I really like the highlights in her hair like this. I wish I could dye my hair like that. It's so cool. Yet it was sadder than I remembered it to be. Was she not doing well? If she wasn't, then There's a lot of important things in this phone, so I don't want it to die. I raised an eyebrow at her answer, unable to formulate words as the sound of the hand crank filled the silence between us. She still had that small, sad, but contented smile on her face, but it was directed at her phone. Soup time? Soup time if we reach the bottom of the mountain, apparently. But hello, Celestial, how you doing? I think you're null, right? I think? I'm trying to, like, commit people's, like, preferred, like, names and stuff to memory if I see them enough. Yeah, I'm not... Okay. I see. I didn't understand at all. Ah, yes, that's the, Naruhodo. Pop Team Epic nods. I understand. Doesn't understand anything. What could be so good about a hunk of plastic and silicon? We sat in an awkward silence. The sound of the rotating handle, the only thing that filled the air before, and made it bearable. Otherwise, I might have run my mouth on an unfortunate topic like the weather. It was probably for the better that I had nothing to say. You're so strong, Hailu. Huh? Yangshu pressed her lips to a line, then looked away. Nothing. I just thought you're really brave, being in this situation and all. You too, I almost said, but bit the words back at the last minute. It wouldn't do to spoil her again, now that she's finally being a bit independent. Another 10 minutes of cranking passed in silence. I think the phone should be charged enough now. I stopped turning the hand crank and handed both items back to her. Yangshu put them away wordlessly. It was time to get moving. We walked in silence again. There wasn't much to talk about, and most of our energy was spent keeping our ears and eyes out for monsters. Again, felt like hours of being on edge. Our fragile peace was destroyed. Perhaps we grew complacent. Perhaps the trees and bushes blocked the way. The moonlight hitting our eyes too harshly. I don't know if I saw them first or heard them first. Oh no! A pair of monsters knelt in a clearing, teeth ripping into the remains of someone's leg. White bone gleamed in the moonlight, sinew still fresh and red. I barely had the chance to exhale when their ears twitched and 4 red dots pointed in our direction. Run! I shoved Yangshu behind me as the first monster swiped at me. I barely parried it with the metal pipe. Bailu! Get out of here! Look for help or find a weapon! Another arm reached out to me and I smashed the pipe against it, the sound of nails on metal making me cringe. But Bailu, you... The monster interrupted her with a howl and I held the metal pipe in front of me, just in time to block a maw of pointy, rotten teeth from biting my face off. Yangshu, listen to me. You're just a liability. Yow, sheesh. Huh? Hurry up and get out of here. I like that, like, a rattling head movement. I like the twitching. Good touch. I heard the crunch of leaves as she ran away. Looking back at the 2 monsters, I swallowed nervously. I put up a brave front in front of Yangshu, but all I wanted to do was run with her. But if I ran, they would come after both of us. It would be the end for both of us. The monsters let out a growl, and the skin around their mouths, no, those burnt lips, stretched into what felt like a smile. The next sounds were breathy, repeated growls. Were they laughing? It is time to save, and if you have caught my last stream, I save at like every fucking option. Let's fight. Their overconfidence annoyed me. Ah! I raised the pipe and dashed towards the closest monster. The monster's eyes widened in surprise as I bashed its head with the pipe. It dropped to the ground, momentarily stunned as the other monster leapt towards me. I swiped the pipe again, hitting its shoulders, and thankfully was able to redirect its path enough to miss landing on me. The other monster was back, however, and I barely rolled out of its way as it sank its claws into the ground where I was standing. I pushed myself into a crouching position just in time for one of the monsters to leap at me again. No time to run. I raised the pipe in an attempt to shield myself, but the monster screamed as the pipe snagged on its skin, slicing as I made the swing through its torso. It wasn't enough to kill it, but the monster dropped to the ground beside me, clutching itself and writhing in pain. Yeah! We defeated one monster! Where's my experience points? Do I get a level up? Can I put some points into soup? The pipe, thanks to the momentum, bent at a near 90-degree angle. The other monster looked at its companion, then back at me. Oh, I'll kill you too! Even if they understood my words, that was hardly a threat. And it was certainly not scared. The second monster leapt at me and I held the pipe up to block. Why am I doing this? Why am I saying Yangshu? I want to know what's gonna happen if I do this. It was okay. Yangshu would come back. She might have been flaky and often useless, but she wasn't one to leave others behind, especially not against monsters and death. I just had to hold out until Yangshu came back. I changed my stance with the pipe at the last minute. Just as the monster reached out its claws, I swung the pipe back, hitting it right across the jaw and sending it flying along with half of the pipe. It was too short to be a weapon now. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. I was at a good distance away and the monster was still dazed from the hit. I gave its head, still dazed from the hit I gave its head, but it wouldn't be long before it recovered. Should I try to run? How far would I be able to get? Could I actually outrun? A blur appeared before my eyes and cut my panicked thoughts short. Die! Carrying a large rock, she bashed it over the monster's head. Yangshu's skinny arms were unexpectedly able to carry its weight as she hit it over and over again. Da 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 da. Combined with the blow I gave it earlier, the monster finally lost its strength to fight back and stopped moving at the ground by Yangshu's feet. Yangshu gasped as she dropped the rock, staring at the lifeless monster with tears in her eyes. She stumbled backwards, lost, her arm shaking. I mean, that was like... That's like probably like the tone that she'd have, right? Like, still like the sweet voice, but still wanting to help. The rock must have been heavy. Yet, as she looked towards me safe and alive, she gave me an expression of relief that must have been matched by whatever expression was on my face right now. The monsters were defeated and we were alright. The evil has been defeated, raises Toad. Or raises Frog, whatever, from Cabin in the Woods. However, I didn't know how many monsters there were on this mountain, and if any of them heard the sound of our fight, then they might come this way. Neither Yangshu or I were prepared to fight another set of monsters. The only thing we could do right now is run. Run to the finish line and get out of this madhouse. I'm back. I was cooking dinner. Any soup yet? No soup yet. We don't get the soup until the end, thus the final prize is soup. I pulled myself up and grabbed her arm, taking her with me away from the clearing. Don't get stunned now. We need to get out of here before more monsters come. Right. We ran and ran. I hoped we were at least running in the direction of the finish line. After several minutes of running, we stopped to catch our breaths. There was no sounds of monsters nearby, so I dropped to the ground, adrenaline finally leaving me. Not a moment later, Eleven's voice boomed from the sky. There is 1 hour remaining. That's not a lot of time left. 1 hour. We better hurry. No matter how tired we felt, we had to press forward. Yang Shu nodded in agreement, and we continued the trek downwards. Since there was barely an hour left, we decided to run. A few minutes later, the ground stopped and stopped sloping downwards. I think we're close. My excitement was cut short by the sudden drop of the cliff a few meters in front of us. It's not that bad. We can just make it down. Yo, Waffle! Welcome. Thank you for the sub. How you doing, man? It's been a bit. We're just going through some visual novels here, but I hope you're well. And also, like, yeah, 12 months, a year, pog. It was true. I can make out the ground beneath the cliff. Still, it wouldn't be an easy journey in the dark. Hello? Is someone up there? The sound of several voices caught our attention, and we noticed a group of people gathered beneath the cliff. Hurry! You've made it! This is the finish line! You'll just have to get down the cliff. This seems like a trap. Well, enjoy your time back, man. My heart thumped with joy. Did you hear that? Yes, Wailu. We made it. Let's hurry. Well, let's not celebrate yet. Do you still have your phone? Oh, of course. Yanshu took the phone out of her pocket and turned it on, the bright blue glow illuminating the multitude of footholds on the cliff face. This doesn't look bad at all. Even Yangshu nodded optimistically. We made it down the cliff fairly quickly, with the glow of Yangshu's phone screen. Congratulations! You did it! With a sizable group of survivors past the finish line, but I wasn't told the initial... Or there was a sizable group of survivors past the finish line, but I wasn't told the initial number of participants. I could only hope most of us made it out safely. Wailu, we... Yangshu was interrupted by the toll of the bell, and Eleven's voice reverberated from the heavens once more. The first trial is now over. Congratulations to the player who made it to the finish line. Oh, that's a good transition. Nice. Before we could celebrate, a blinding white light enveloped us. I covered my face with my arms reflexively and squeezed my eyes shut. And when I opened them, I found myself in the comfort of my own living room, the one I used to share with Yangshu. Although this apartment was familiar, it felt painfully empty until now. Yangshu, was she alright? We both made it over to the finish line, but... No, wait. I took a deep breath, recategorizing the events in my head as I grounded myself. I'm sorry, my attention was brought to the side. Is that a rice cooker? I mean, because of course we need one, but also... Oh, and there's an ad anyways. So we'll take a break. Let me stretch a little bit. Let me drink some tea as the ad goes. Okay, welcome back from the ad. If you had an ad, I only just like took a little bit of a break to drink some tea, you know? I don't see any pot though. I mean, it's a rice cooker. Like the pot's inside it, right? Unless the rest of the kitchen is like out this way. I was in my apartment. I've been sleeping, so that was a dream? It was unsettling how realistic that dream was. What kind of tea do you usually drink? Man, I don't even know right now. Green tea. I think I was like this tea is like so old that or like I didn't like make it this morning. It was from yesterday. Like I don't even remember the flavor, to be honest. I usually have some sort of like green tea or like black tea. Like I really like Irish breakfast tea, but I also sometimes have like jasmine or chamomile or like some other blend. But I wasn't able to go get better tea than whatever shitty supermarket stock tea bags. So yeah, I'll have to do that this month. Now that I can actually do things other than work on the VN. With a sigh, I heaved myself up to a sitting position on the couch and attempted to recall the events of my supposed dream. The images that flashed through my mind gave a shiver down my spine. The sounds, the darkness, the exhaustion of hiking for 9 hours, not to mention the inhumane claws and snapping rows of sharp teeth. Just a dream. Just a dream. It was just a dream. I tried to tell myself those words, but it felt rather realistic for a nightmare. As I filed away the smell of the monster's breath on me into the depths of my memory, I remembered something softer as well. Don't think about your ex. Let's think about 11. I didn't think my brain was capable of dreaming up someone as beautiful as 11. Perhaps I took too much note of Yangshu's soap operas. She looked like she walked right out of one of them. Judge of the 11th Court. For someone who presided over games, she didn't seem to enjoy it much, or enjoy much of it. Well, nightmares never made sense. They just existed to scare people. Have to take off. Have a good rest of the stream, Ellie, and enjoy chat. Have a good day, October. Thank you for stopping by. Or perhaps she was just the silver lining of that cloud. Wait, did I read that? I couldn't help but wonder, for someone as beautiful as 11 to exist in a nightmare, was it really a nightmare? Perhaps she was the silver lining of that cloud. Perhaps she was the wait. No, okay, I just did not fucking click it properly. Okay. Silver. I hummed to myself as I thought about 11. Silver didn't suit her. She was certainly a bright and vibrant red fighting against a black cloud. Then again, I knew nothing about her. Think about Yangshu. I chuckled softly to myself and buried my face in my hands. It must be really desperate for me to dream about my ex. Happens to the best of us. I broke up with her. I have no right to dream about her like this. Ah, yes, happens to the best of us. Nightmare. I corrected myself, like it was some consolation. She wasn't the bad guy in my dream, nor was she the bad guy of my life. Things simply didn't work out. However, the Yangshu that appeared in my dream was different. It wasn't the Yangshu I remembered breaking up with. Although she was still that soft, gentle girl, I felt as if something had changed since last time I saw her, despite not much time passing at all. I felt a mild pang of pain in my head as I tried to think about time. Yet, thinking of her, I couldn't help but smile, a soft, sour smile that I would dream of her, albeit different. In the end, her presence made me happy. Maybe this nightmare couldn't be fully called a nightmare. I lifted my head with a sigh. It was hard to uncoat sugar once it had been applied. I wouldn't be surprised if I was the bad guy in her nightmares. It was also hard to undo cruelty once it had been done to another person. I shook my head, trying to think of something else. If it's any consolation for me, at least I had Yangshu with me in that dream, and met a beautiful Game Master 11. Yet my nerves wouldn't relax. Monsters lingered in the shadows. I seemed to see them in every dark corner, even behind my own closed eyelids as I blinked. Enough. I couldn't keep thinking about this. I told myself to stop, but my brain kept replaying the horrifying images each time I closed my eyes. I need a breath of fresh air. I stood and strided to the door, opening it with a gusto into the void. My apartment living room had no windows. Oh boy, we're in Skinnamarink now. Outside the front door should face out to the connecting hallways of the building, which also had no windows. At least that's how it should have been normally. Instead, what reached me was black. Thick darkness covered every part of the world outside my apartment door and began to churn as if it noticed me. As my brain scrambled to make sense of this, to debate my next actions, a cold hand delicately covered mine and pushed the door closed. I turned to look over my shoulder, only to find 11 standing directly behind me, our faces inches apart as we stared at each other's eyes. My brain fried itself as my face heated up. My heart skipped a beat. She wasn't a dream. I didn't think anyone would open their door so quickly. What's going on? I told you, you died. It really wasn't a dream. All the feelings I had thinking about Yangshu and 11 washed over me, paired with a nauseating sense of dread. I was dead. There were monsters. This is a liminal space for recess between games. So it's fake? Perhaps. 11 glanced around as if curious about the layout of my apartment. Why don't you lead me around? All right. Despite her asking me the question, she showed a muted surprise at my response. Perhaps that hadn't been a serious request. Would you like some tea? Or do you have some other contestant to visit? Most contestants don't feel the need to leave their place of comfort after a harrowing experience. I'm pretty unique then. I spot the start of a smile on her lips, as though my joke actually brought actual amusement. Yet it disappeared so quickly, it might as well have been my own hopeful imagination. I led her out of the living room towards the kitchen. The kitchen was in the back of the apartment, past the bedrooms and the bathroom. The thought of bathrooms made me pause. Without thinking, I came to stop at the first bedroom in the hallway. Rather than waiting for 11, who hadn't even stepped out of the living room yet, I was simply unable to move. This had been Mimi's Yangshu's room when we were still dating. I had a feeling that she was sitting within that room now. The implications of this game came crashing back to me, the things and conversations I had ignored for the sake of time. Yang Shu was also dead. How could that happen? She was alive and well when I saw her. I didn't want to believe. We might not have worked well together, we might not have worked well together, but I didn't want her to be dead. We were in love, you know. Huh? We were dating. How can she be dead? She doesn't deserve it. You're not dating anymore. Why do you care so much? I couldn't find an answer. I knew the answer, but I didn't want to face it. Thus, I changed the topic again. Why are we both here? So, we died, but how did we end up in the same game? Luck, circumstances, chance. You both died sinners. I wondered what my sin was. I didn't live as a perfect human being, but what had I done that was so terrible that I'd be called a sinner in the afterlife? You wouldn't even know if you compared the 8 characters. The 8 characters were nothing more than a feudal superstition. Cosmological astrology centered around the concept that human fate could be determined by the date of one's birth. Fate is set in stone. Humans used to be so careful about it, to plan for the future, yet they don't do it anymore. To even search for your partners rather than consulting it carefully for everyone that it involves. It's not just selfish, it's stupid. For how much you believe in fate, you sure tried and fight it. Huh. Is that so? Did I touch a nerve? Perhaps I shouldn't be bothering her. What should I do? Save, save, save! We're gonna go with 11 bias choices, I guess. Well, even if I was bothering her, I promised her tea. It was hardly the polite thing to abandon that offer now. Letting the topic drop, I walked to the kitchen and prepared the tea. 11 waited wordlessly in the living room as I did so. Within a few minutes, I returned to the living room with 2 cups of tea in tow, which I placed on the coffee table. 11 was already seated on one end of the couch. She wasn't a normal guest, not quite a friend, but somehow not an enemy either. I had a chance at regaining my life thanks to her. She didn't feel like an enemy. I don't drink a lot of tea, but I was told that this is a fancy brand. Some big shot CEO gifted to me on a business trip. The CEO did? Jealous? Fair. It was given to everyone who attended the meeting. She didn't single me out, I promise. I wasn't worried. I chuckled at her immediate response as I sat next to her. Can you tell me why I'm a sinner? What makes you think that you're not? I don't think I've done anything particularly worse than the average human. There were the occasional white lies, the fumbling of my time card, overly boisterous description of my job on a date, but they were hardly sins. If those are sins, the entire human race couldn't be spared. I don't have a file on everyone that the king invites to the games of the 11th court. The king of the 11th court. 11 had mentioned the king before, but spared details each time. I don't wish to talk about the king. Well, that was blunt. Alright. I suppose no one wanted to talk about their boss during their time off. 11 picked up the teacup and took a sip. This is pretty good. Ha, to think I'm the one who still gets to enjoy good tea. You're the one? How old do you think I am? Dots. Not a day over 18. Yes, the flattery. Parallaxing dolly zooms in my visual novel. It is possible, and I have ideas of the methods, just Need to learn how to implement them. Even if it's sarcastic, I like the sound of her laugh. It was delicate but strong, with a purpose and and individuality, despite what fate might have brought for her. That would follow, considering I haven't visibly aged much since. And despite how I look, I've outlived so many old bastards who would never get to taste tea like this again. You sure are fond of that tea. Well-grown tea leaves are well-grown tea leaves. That doesn't change with the centuries. I reach over for the tin of leaves. But do you like it? No, thank you. You can't bribe a judge of the 11th court. What? I couldn't help breaking into laughter. 11 raised an unamused brow at me. No, I wouldn't bribe you. At least not with tea leaves I got for free from a flirty CEO. So she was flirty. If I wanted to bribe you, trust me, you wouldn't see it coming. No, I just want you to have this, if you like it, I mean. Keeping it in the tin will make the tea lose all of its flavor, since I don't drink tea or make boba. Boba? Let's go, we're gonna give her, or we're gonna tell her about bubble tea! Her face twists in distaste. Oh, no! I'm going to pause here for a second, and drink my tea for a second. What use would tea have for women's... No. You don't know what bubble tea is? Bubble tea... Her expression was still dark, and for a moment I was afraid she'd storm right out of my apartment with the wrong idea. Given how she's dressed, it wasn't a surprise that she hadn't caught up with modern terminology. It's a popular drink nowadays. Tea with milk, sugar, and tapioca balls. We call the tapioca balls boba. Huh. She still looks skeptical. I'll take you out for some, or after I win the games. Then you'll see that I'm not lying. Oh my god, please. Please tell me we get a CG of, like, Huai Lu and 11, like, just going to get boba. I know the final prize is supposed to be soup, but... Spin-off series, guys. The final prize is boba. Either that or, April Fool's Day next year. Final prize is boba. Alright. It's a date then. Here. I held out the tin of leaves out to her. My promise to do so. But although if you drink the soup, then, like, you wouldn't remember to go on that date. She stared at the tin so long I was afraid she wouldn't take it, but finally she took it into her hand. Thank you. She placed the tin within her sleeves. I never did understand the physics behind those pockets. Yo, they're just like bags of holding. Into the sleeves it goes, into a pocket dimension. Hey. The sternness in her voice brought me back to the gravity of my situation, when weird jokes about tea and tapioca pearls didn't belong. There will be 2 more trials to the game of life. Have your wits about you and be prepared. I would hate to see you lose. Is that something that you say to every contestant, or just me? She didn't respond, only disappeared once I blinked. The sound of a bell rang through the apartment, and in the next moment, I found myself in the endless black void again, accompanied only by the image of a wooden door a few feet away from me. Why prolong the inevitable? I opened the door and walked through. A fashion over utility, though. Oh man, that should be like a homebrew D&D item or something. Just like uh, not not sweater. What, I don't remember what the like the outerwear of like Hanfu is, but like outerwear jacket of holding or something where you just shove everything that you want up the sleeves. How long is this game? I don't know. The same lights as before covered my entire body, prompting me to close my eyes until I reached the second test. The ground underneath my feet seemed to change. I opened my eyes to the sight of a large western mansion. The low, confused chatter of human voices surrounded me. Glancing around, I found that I was within a small crowd of people I recognized as survivors from the previous round, strangers aside from our shared misfortune. Yang Shu stood a few paces away. Her eyes met mine, and we exchanged looks. I walked closer to her. The air stilled, and chatters suddenly stopped. With light footsteps that could be barely held in the newfound silence, 11 walked up and stood before the small crowd. Welcome to the second round of your trial. I will explain the rules of this game. At that moment, a fellow survivor rushed at 11. On my playtest, it took me 2 hours to complete a route. Okay. I have allotted enough time to hopefully complete this and also get through the like a route of the other VNs that we have. That's why I only put 3 VNs on the schedule for today. At that moment, a fellow survivor rushed at 11. To hell with your rules! They raised their fists with the intention to beat 11. Yet 11 did not move or scream. Flicking her wrist, she slipped a scalpel out of her sleeve and swiftly threw the blade at the enraged survivor. The scalpel embedded itself in their forehead. Ugh. A trickle of blood rolled down from the wound, and then they collapsed to the ground. Their body fell apart, limbs looking as if they'd been hacked apart with a saw, and began to bloat, discoloring dark and putrid. Like a murder victim dismembered and disposed of in a river. I looked away. If I must, I will remind you that I am the judge of your trial. Follow the etiquette of the court lest you be thrown out from the game of life. 11 gestured to the air. I must ask. Okay, so there's a song on YouTube, or a music video on YouTube called Red Flags. And they also made a version where the female or the girl is like the one singing about the red flags of the other person that they're on a date with, and like servers start popping out of the ground and like being a part of the song and singing to her, and like this is just what like these silhouettes remind me of. A group of maids whose features I could not see walked up to us. They squatted down by the corpse and began to pick it up, tearing apart any remaining large pieces to better carry. Without speaking, all but one maid returned to the mansion, taking all traces of the dead body with them. Now then, the rules. You will be guests at this mansion for the next 3 days and 2 nights, while you'll be participating in the second round of your trials. Within the period of test, you must find the trial key hidden within the mansion grounds. There will be a feast for the King of the 11th Court in the evening of the 3rd night, which marks the deadline for this game. Her voice seemed to twist as she mentions the king. If any one of you is able to find the key, then all remaining guests will be considered to have won this round. Similarly, if no one of you is able to find the key, then everyone will be considered to have lost and be served as the meal at the feast. Collective punishment, collective victory. And you will know that you have found the key when you see it. Good luck. 11 made a little clap of encouragement. The servant will escort you aside. Gesturing to the remaining maid, 11 turned away and walked into the mansion. The maid bowed. Welcome, guests. Please, follow me. Her voice held an unnatural rasp as it made my gut churn. The maid led the group inside the mansion, pointing out the doors to the dining room where we would have the meals before leading us to the hallway with many doors. She walked us down the hallway, pointing each person to one door, stating that those were their assigned rooms. My room and Yangshu's room were 4 doors away from each other. Curfews after dark. Please stay inside your rooms after curfew. That will be all. The maid bowed and walked away. Our survivor group idled in the hallway, waiting for someone to make the first move. Finally, a woman spoke up. Hey, let's have everyone search their rooms and then meet out here in the hallway again to make a plan. You really think they put a key in the bedroom? Better safe than sorry. A few murmurs, complaints, agreements sounded out. Sure, that sounds fine with me. Yangshu nodded. Thus, after the group came to the consensus, I went to my assigned room to check for the key. This is a really nice room. Fitting with the look of the mansion, the room was a Western-style room. I sifted through the furniture and looked under the bed, mattress, pillows, and so on. However, I found no key. Before long, I returned to the hallway where around half the group had already regrouped. A minute later, Yangshu came out of her room and shuffled to my side. The rest of the group returned with time. Anyway, you said something about a plan? Got anything, lady? That's what we are here to discuss. With less cohesion than soapy water, the group started grumbling and debating on what to do. Noisy. They were really noisy. Or they really were noisy. Or nosy? Noisy? Oh my god. Okay, I can't read. Yangshu fidgeted, her eyes darting to the floor to avoid attention of any of the other survivors. She seemed a little pale. I cleared my throat, prompting a few survivors to look my way. Taking advantage of the short dip in noise, I raised my voice. I believe it's best if we split up and investigate separately to cover more ground. We can regroup over meals in the dining room to discuss our findings. That would work for me. Some more noise. Whatever. See you when those creepy maids call for mealtime then. At long last, the group dispersed, walking off in different directions to search for the key. I let out a sigh I didn't know I had been holding in. I stuffed my bangs on my face and turned to Yangshu, who hasn't left the other survivors. Let's go. Oh, fuck. No, that's Hailu. Let's go. We walked together at the hallway with the guest rooms. Making a random turn, we looked around for any hints of the special key that Eleven mentioned. While the key wasn't so kind to be sitting on the ground in front of the middle of the hallway, we soon hazed upon a large plaque on the wall, classical script, carved into bronze. I narrowed my eyes to decipher the riddle. Reading the text out loud, Yangshu snapped a picture of the plaque with her phone that she brought out to document the mansion. He, the marshal of the center altar, sleeps at the hour of the dragon and the snake, together with the sacrifice's key, cursing the father blessed by the gods. Even spoken out loud, it seems like gibberish. Looks like a hint for where the keys are located, but what does it mean? Dragon and snake curse. It's kind of ominous. I don't know. Maybe it's referring to the place in the mansion that we haven't been to yet? I nodded. Then again, it could be a red herring. If it isn't, then we wouldn't be the sacrifices. Sacrifices to be eaten, huh? It's kind of unpleasant that whoever wrote this decided already that we're going to lose. Makes me want to prove them wrong even more. You took a picture, right? Uh-huh. We can think about this riddle more and review the text from your phone later then. We barely just started investigating this mansion. What would be the best bet? With the size of the mansion and the low survivor count from the first round, 3 days wouldn't be enough to dig through every nook and cranny. Let's investigate. Still, 2 pairs of eyes would be better than 1. Shall we keep investigating together? I held my hand out to Yangshu, but she hesitated. Like, I mostly picked Yangshu's option there because, like, I kind of don't think we would find 11, maybe, but maybe that's me overthinking. Yeah, I'd be happy too. She took my hand. Oh my god. We continue exploring the mansion, checking the corners of the hallways, entering rooms here and there. For each new location, Yangshu took a number of photos, stating that it would be easier to zoom into details and review locations of her phone. Zigzagging around the halls, we eventually exited the mansion through a side door in the southeast section. We reached an outdoor garden, but the garden was by the garden was a pretty pond with lotus flowers floating on the water surface. The garden was too filled with greenery and blossoms. For all that the mansion was disconcerting, I could only call this garden pretty. So there's a place like this here too. We walked around the garden for an initial look, peeking at the plants and soil. I spotted a bed of orchids and approached it, squatting in front of this section of white orchids, turning my head to Yangshu, who seemed confused. I couldn't help but smile. This flower suits you. Besides the white orchids is a section of pink ones as well. I think they suit you more. Yangshu walked up to the flower bed and I leaned down to pick a single orchid blossom. She made the gesture offering up to me, so I tilted my head instinctively. Thus she tucked it above my ear, which tickled my girlish heart. Perhaps I made a strange expression. Orchids are perennial? I do not know that word. So as long as they're correctly planted, you only have to plant them once and they'll come back every year for 2 decades. One blossom won't kill it. Although, if we're dead, then certainly they should also be dead. Too bad. They really are pretty. I stood back up and the 2 of us finished surveying the garden's general appearance. No hints of the key should be found from the light overview. A light breeze blew by, though the weather was fine today. Let's split the garden and search through the flower beds. I looked towards Yangshu, wondering if I should have specified how we were splitting the task, but it seemed that I didn't need to. I'll take the right side? Sure. We split, heading to our respective sides. I squat down by the flower beds and parted them, checking through the dirt and crevices hidden by their leaves and petals. A good while passed as I lifted my hand to wipe some sweat that was cooled by the breeze. I noticed something. Before I realized it, the little flower in my hair had already blown away. A little disappointed, I returned to my task. Despite the length of tedious labor, I found nothing. I wondered if I had to uproot the flowers, but not only did it seem extreme, I didn't have the tools for digging. Finished, I stood back up. My knees made a little cracking noise for my back that felt sorer than it should have been. I rejoined Yangshu, who also seemed to be finished. Any luck? No. She shook her head and I let out a sigh. What does the key even look like? You'll know when you see it. Unfortunately, it seems like we haven't seen it just yet. Maybe the key's a lie. I'm happy at the very least that they were kind enough to give us a couple of days before executing us. Are you giving up? Yangshu looked at me. No, not this time. How could I... give up just when I've been so lucky to meet you again after death. Okay, that's kind of sweet. Then let's pass all 3 rounds. Yeah. Let's go back inside. Just one more thing. She retrieved her phone from her pocket and quickly went around the garden to snap photos of every angle. Youngshu looked lonely, holding her phone so carefully. I wondered how long she had that phone case, that kitty phone strap. I couldn't quite remember when she bought it, but perhaps it was far back as college. She finished up the photos in no time. Then we returned inside the mansion. For whatever reason, our timing coincided with that of many maidservants milling around the hallway connected to the side door in the southeast quadrant. Yangshu and I moved to the side of the hallway to avoid them while walking, falling into a single file line of 2. I felt Yangshu tug on the edge of my jacket, and I turned around to face her. Can we share a room tonight? I don't feel safe sleeping here alone. I shot a quick glance at the maid, feeling the hairs on my arms began to stand. Of course. Let's go to my room together before curfew. For a moment, I thought about the past, a room we shared and a room we didn't. Once upon a time, she was a girl who I loved, a girl who loved me. Right now, we were no more than friends, by my own will. I held her hand and hurried away from the servants. It'd be nice to find the key soon. Investigation continued for a while longer, to no avail before everyone was called for dinner by the voice of the maid, of a maid from the invisible intercom. I sat next to Yangshu at the big dining table. Looking around the table, I noticed an empty seat. The young man from before never showed up for dinner. No one had succeeded in finding the key yet. The servants served dinner, and a few words were exchanged between us survivors. After eating, we all headed back to our rooms to rest for the evening. I walked into my assigned room, turning on the light before Yangshu followed me in. She glanced around the room, and I let out a hum of contemplation. The layout of my assigned room looks the exact same. So all the guest rooms look the same? Maybe. After freshening up in the attached washroom, the 2 of us sat on the only bed in the room. I plopped down onto my back, enjoying the soft bounce of the mattress. I put my arms behind my head and let my legs dangle off the edge of the bed. I looked towards her from the odd low angle as she retrieved her phone hand crank and began to charge her phone. She was really slow. I sat up thinking that I'd do it for her instead, since I could crank it at least 2 times faster. Then I froze. Was it really better for me to do it? It was also because I did it. It was also because I always did this that we fell apart. Back when we were still dating, I had always been trying to take over what Yangshu had been doing, whether out of impatience or arrogance. She didn't blame me, but I'd blamed her for letting me. I'm happy. Her soft voice broke me out of my thoughts. Why? I'm happy that despite our breakup, we can still sit around like this and spend time together. We were originally friends before we dated. That we were. Have I known you almost half my life now? Makes me feel old when you say that. I still remember being a student like it was yesterday, although I don't particularly want to go back and relive those days. Thinking about something? Nothing in particular. Although there was the time that you studied all day, every day for weeks on end, just to spite our class's top-ranking student. This sounds very familiar. My dark history. The gallant class topper, Chan Pailu, for the term that is. This says number 2. Grandma was so proud was proud, but also worried, so she made me promise not to overdo in the future. I personally found it a little charming. Do you secretly like nerdy people? It's not about that, but that you were working hard for your goal. That and the usual first place student was an insecure jerk. I don't even remember what she said to me that time, but I do remember you snapping at her. Next thing I knew, you'd thrown yourself at studying. Is that so? I vaguely remembered that I hated the guts of our class's first place student. Mm-hmm. A wave of nostalgia ran over me as we chatted about our high school days. We were already quite close during high school. Both decent students, we ended up attending the same college as well. One with a high-ranking biology program located near our hometown. It really did seem like we'd known each other for a long time. Do you remember our military training at the start of college? Like every Chinese first-year undergraduate, we participated in the mandatory 2-week-long military drills at the start of our college life after a relaxing end to high school. Don't remind me of that. Her hand crank slowed. There was too much sun. Whoever decided that all college students had to exercise under the summer sun should be purged. Well, I think not wearing sunscreen also contributed to the sunburn. Sunscreen. Like I said back then, I'm never setting foot in the sun again if I don't have to. Let's go, fair-skinned Asians who fucking burn. I apply sunscreen and still get fucking burned. There was one summer when I went to go see Lyra in the city, and we were walking around a long time, and there was one time that I forgot to reapply sunscreen, and my cheeks were like rosy red from fucking sunburn. As a hardworking adult, you don't have to go out in the sun like that anymore, but don't you still need a little light to be healthy? My vitamin supplements are covering it. Oh, relatable characters. Relatable characters right here. I should probably refill my vitamin D supplements. That's... Don't laugh. You also bought me a bottle of gummy vitamins and a sun umbrella, so you're contributing to it. Sorry. I think I might actually have a picture from around then. Youngshu stopped cranking and instead turned the phone screen on, opening up her photo gallery app and scrolling through a myriad of pictures. I peeked over her shoulder to see many nostalgic moments recorded in her gallery. Finally, she stopped on a picture and clicked on it. The picture expanded, showing a photo of her looking rather crispy and me slathering globs of white sunscreen on her face. This was probably about 3/4 of the way through military training when she finally agreed to use sunscreen. Who took this photo? By Moody. She sent it to me as a part of her commemorative album. That was the name of a college classmate. What a nostalgic name. I haven't talked to Bai Moody in a while. Next thing we know, we're going to be meeting up with her for an alumni anniversary event, or she'll be dragging along a child with her girlfriend. Words that come from someone who is aging. Yangshu resumed charging her phone with the handcrake, and we chatted a little longer. The night deepened. I let out a yawn and stretched my arms. We finished with her phone charger and put it away into her pockets, shaking her wrists. Then catching my yawn, she yawned as well. Let's go to bed now. Yangshu groggily nodded. I slipped off the bed to turn off the light. Good night. Good night. We tucked into bed, taking one half each. I couldn't help but notice that both of us kept to a space between each other. Don, patapon! Welcome to the Starry Scouts! Hope you enjoy your time here. If you need to use the new intro, please feel free. But if not, I am going to continue through this visual novel. I closed my eyes, feeling the day's exhaustion run over my body, and... Knock, 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 knock. Someone was at the door. Intending to get out of bed and answer, I shifted. Don't... Huh? Don't open the door. Sure. Knock, 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 knock. Hey, hey, checking in to say that this game is lovely. We love soup. Knock, 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 knock. A chill ran down my spine. Propping myself up on the side with my elbow, I gazed towards the door that was still closed and locked from the inside. Blah, 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 blah. Whoever is knocking at the door had no intention of opening the door. However, the knocking continued for much longer than any sane human would knock for. The party beyond the door never saying a word. Soup is love, soup is life. We love soup. Knock. Finally, the knocking stopped. I breathed in a sharp breath of air and glanced back at Yangshu, who was also now looking at the door. Click. I heard the muffled sound of the survivor next door opening their door. Then the woman screamed. And stopped screaming with a squelch, which I shouldn't have been able to hear through the wall. Yangshu grabbed onto my shirt, making me flinch, and buried her face into my back. Yangshu was trembling. From the other room came more sounds. Crunching, cracking, splattering, which made my stomach turn with nausea and my vision began to undulate in the darkness. I breathed in and out, focusing on Yangshu. It's okay. It's not in our room. It's okay. We're safe. My words were both for her and for myself. Eventually, the sounds from the other room stopped. We waited in trepidation. I think at the door is probably... Footsteps passed and no more sounds, no more knocking came. I watched the door for a while longer, letting Yangshu hold on to me, until we concluded that we were safe, for now. At long last, I closed my eyes and slept. Daylight came in an instant. The morning was spent searching for the key without results. Noon came and passed. Yangshu and I scouted the mansion in places we hadn't yet to touch. As I ran my hand along a wall, hoping to feel the key underneath the wallpaper, something shifted beneath my feet and palm. The ground rotated, opening up the wall and throwing me to the other side, before promptly sealing the wall shut again. The momentum of the trapdoor threw me off balance, and I fell to the ground. Huailu! Ouch. I pushed myself back to my feet, patting off my hands. Are you alright? I hear Yangshu push at the wall to no avail. She seemed to be smacking it, and even kicking it, the thuds carrying through better than her voice. I'm alright! I called to her across the wall. Looking around, this hallway didn't seem to be directly connected to the hallway I had just left by accident. I tried pushing the wall from my side, but I couldn't get the trapdoor to open up again either. But it doesn't look like I can get back to you easily. Let's split up for now, so we don't waste any time. But... there's only a day and a half left to find the key. Daylight still trickled in from the nearby windows. However, given the little progress made by the shrinking group of survivors, we couldn't waste precious time. See you at dinner? Okay, see you at dinner. Thus, I turned away from the trapdoor wall and began exploring the new section I found myself in. Hearing a quiet crackling sound, I proceeded closer and found a fireplace. Embedded discreetly in the wall, the flames danced and flickered, radiating red warmth, and they seemed to reach out towards me, causing me to stumble back. An image of fire flashed at my back, in the back of my head. A sudden sharp pain spiked through my skull, and I grasped at my head with a groan. I lost my sense of equilibrium, backing into a wall so that I could lean against it. I grit my teeth. The flames were in my eyes. I choked, feeling a strange rawness in my throat. Using the wall as support, I slowly made my way away from the area. Although my breathing cleared, a dull headache and unsteadiness persisted. I focused on my discomfort. I didn't notice the footsteps approaching. That was when the air seemed to freeze. Who is this? An unfamiliar monster, a tall woman with red hair and her entourage of followers passed me. Every cell in me screamed to get away from her. Already lightheaded from the episode before, I felt I couldn't breathe under her suffocating aura. I met her eyes, a mismatch red and orange, and my consciousness cut out. I'm going to assume that was the king. He, the marshal of the center altar, sleeps at the hour of dragon and snake, together with the sacrifice's key. Cursed the father blessed by gods. With the deadline looming over our heads, one had to ask, what was the meaning of the dragon and the snake? Time. Time? For example, the time in which the key would reveal itself? That seemed terribly unfair. Had anyone ever said that the trial would be fair? In the previous game, 11 had used the old-fashioned way of saying time with animals. Therefore, the dragon and the snake could certainly have been the same. I tried to think of what time those animals referred to. A voice in my head spoke. The hour of the dragon and the hour of the snake referred to the period between 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. If that were the case, then we only had one more chance. My thoughts ended. Suddenly, I snapped back to reality by someone shaking my shoulder, and that someone's familiar voice. Wailu! Black spots faded away from my vision. I stumbled right into the person who was shaking me, nearly knocking us both down before I regained my bearings. Youngju? The last thing I remembered, I'd lost consciousness, apparently standing after seeing a strange woman. I didn't know how much time had passed since. The sun had set. More than that, the sky was pitch black. An unease ran through my chest. What time is it? Just about curfew. You missed dinner, and you weren't in your room, so I came out to find you. I was scared that... Why did you miss dinner? Fast footsteps and the sharp scraping noise cut off my words. They are not happy. At the end of the hall, I spotted a pair of maids. No, nothing about them looked human. I spotted a pair of monsters who had certainly spotted us with their many eyes. We have to run! Yangshu and I began to run in opposite directions from the monsters, which similarly began to sprint after us. We quickly reached a fork, causing me to hesitate for a moment. I didn't know where this was. I didn't know the best way to go. I didn't know if I had run into a dead end. We didn't have time to hesitate. Yangshu grabbed my hand. This way! The sounds of monsters sounded right next to my ears. Tugging, she pulled me along to run. This is something that I'm going to mention as a background artist that I had problems with of when you have a background that has white walls or like the setting of it is white, but then you don't have any like windows or light source. It's like, how light do I possibly make this scene so that you still know where we are, but also have it make sense? Tugging, she pulled me along to run. We ran, making turns here and there until I was dizzy. We ran. For yet every meter we ran, the monsters seemed to move too. Their movements scraping against the floor, their eyes so terribly hungry. As they pierced our backs, the monsters were gaining on us. Still holding Yangshu's hand, I felt her beginning to lag and pant. I knew where we were now. Seeing a monster reach out to grab Yangshu, I yanked her out, out of the wall and practically dragged her to run as I chucked a random object in the hall straight into the monster's face. We had to go. We had to run. We were so close to safety. My assigned room was only a few meters away. The monsters were even closer. Through sheer force of will, I pushed Yangshu through the door and slid into the room. Slam. The moment my entire body was inside the room, I slammed the door shut, smashing against the fingers of one of the monsters that had reached out to us. Okay, hang on. I'm going to rewind for a quick second there. Okay, so I'm seeing things, and the overlay of the dialogue box made me think that the shadow wasn't here for a moment. The moment of my entire body was in the room, I slammed the door shut, smashing against the fingers of one of the monsters that had reached to grab us. Ignoring the wriggling digits that turned to black ooze, I locked the door. The ooze dripped to the floor and evaporated. Knock, 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 knock. Neither Yangshu nor I were foolish enough to open the door. I watched the door and backed away further into the room, picking up any solid object that I could use to bash the monsters with should they make their way into the room. My heart was about to beat out of my chest. Knock, 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 knock. Not once did the monsters seem to touch the handle or try and open the door. I wonder if the monsters had to follow the rules for the game as well. Finally, the knocking stopped. Only once I heard the monsters leave did I return the makeshift weapon I picked up back to its original position. Open the door! Soup is here! Oh my god, it's our DoorDash! Are they gone? I think so. I collapsed like a slug, face first into the bed, rolling around onto my back to more easily breathe. My limbs felt like jelly. Seeing Yangju sit down on the bed next to me, I pushed myself to a sitting position to accompany her. Thanks. Huh? For saving me. Oh. She shook her head. I don't know what would have happened. I saw this ominous woman and then I just blacked out. She wasn't one of the survivors or one of the servants. So, what happened? I was really worried. If you hadn't come find me, then I think I would have been a goner. I hate that. No one at dinner found the key either, so we're here for another night. No luck on my end. I let out a sigh. Singing in subdued silence, Yangju retrieves her phone from her pocket. I have some pictures of the mansion that I wanted to review. I'll look too. I scoot closer to her on the bed, my fingers brushing against her hand by accident. We reviewed the dozens, maybe hundreds of photos that Yangju took of various places across the mansion grounds. Not one hint of the key could be found. Let's go back to the riddle we saw on the first day. Yangju opened the photo of the plaque. He, the marshal of the center altar, sleeps at the hour of dragon and snake, together with the sacrifice's key, cursing the father blessed by the gods. Save. Nezaha? The title tugged at the memory deep buried within my head. A name danced upon the tip of my tongue, something I remembered from when I was younger. I seem to have watched a show as a child with a character with that title. Nezaha. Nezuha, Nesha, pronunciation. I know I have seen this title before. I have seen that name before, but I don't think I remember how exactly it's pronounced. Is Nesha the marshal of the central altar? Nesha, the marshal of the center altar. It says Taoist name. Another one of his titles is the Third Lotus Prince. Okay, since there is an ad right now, because add BRB getting tea. Okay, and back. And I have more tea. Although I will need to duck down for... Or, well... Actually, no, I need to check something with someone, real quick, so never mind, we're going to BRB again. Okay, there we go. Back now. I had to confirm with someone what they wanted for dinner because I got a text message right as I sat down of like, "Oh, can you go check with this person what they want?" And I'm like, "Okay." But yes, I do enjoy tea. I don't really like drinking like any like sodas or anything, and I mainly drink coffee if I'm going out, but I don't drink coffee if I'm at home. I could drink water, I could drink juice, but I'm feeling more just like lukewarm tea at this point. And you know, I need to keep hydrated if I'm reading all this. Team coffee over here. How do you like your coffee? Although I will say that I'm not probably the most knowledgeable of the three of us when it comes to tea or coffee. Black, nice. I too enjoy it black. Or if like I have to go to a restaurant or something and I order coffee, I'm getting it black. I think I read this line, so... Because he was reborn from lotus roots? Maybe. Although the adaptations of The Journey of the West far outnumbered those relating to Nezha, I still watched a few cartoons and dramas focusing on Nezha when I was younger. He was a mythological figure, a mischievous boy born out of a ball of flesh after a gestation period of over 3 years. Popping out of the flesh ball was a full-grown boy rather than an infant after the ball was cut open by his father. The boy proceeded to kill a dragon god at some point. Amidst various shenanigans, which may have had liberties taken with them for the sake of television, Nezha died and was brought back to life via the lotus root by his Taoist master. After conflict with his father, Nezha ended up being trapped in the golden pagoda given to his father by the gods to tame Nezha, or so the adaptation that I was familiar with went. The boy deity also appeared in The Journey to the West and its various adaptations with a slightly different backstory, with Nezha as the marshal of the center altar, as well as a character with the enmity against his father. He felt he must have been relevant to the riddle describing our key. I think we're onto something. The problem was that neither Yang Shu nor I could figure out about the last piece of the puzzle to connect to the answer. After mulling over the riddle for a while longer, the two of us tucked in for bed. Night passed. Morning came and passed as well, uneventfully with no key in sight for any of the survivor group. Any survivors still left, including Yang Shu and I, gathered in the dining room during lunch, feeling the pressure of the now looming deadline. Less than half a day remains. No one knew where the key would be. Although I had missed dinner the previous night, I could clearly see that the survivor count had decreased between yesterday noon to this morning to now. According to the others who had dug through just about the whole mansion, they had explored the cellar, the attic, even the servants' quarters, where the unlucky survivor had nearly gotten himself eaten alive. We saw a riddle when exploring, and it might be a clue to where the key is located. I think I remember seeing something like that too. What was it, martial dragon? I exchanged looks with Yang Zhu. Yang Zhu took out her phone from her pocket, drawing suspicious looks from the other survivors, and opened the photo of the plaque to show the others. He, the marshal of the center altar, sleeps at the hour of the dragon and snake, together with the sacrifice's key, cursing the father blessed by the gods. Does anyone have an idea of what this riddle could mean? The survivors murmured amongst themselves. A few peeked with ideas and interpretations, but no one thought of anything new or clearly actionable. It seemed the riddle was still unsolved. As we were able to move on to another topic or possibly disperse, one of the younger survivors spoke up, crossing her arms in annoyance. Why do you have your cell phone? I also used my phone all the time when I was alive, but I don't have my phone with me in the afterlife. And some gloomy-looking freak has hers? Are we sure she's not in cahoots with the Game Masters? What are you trying to say? Narrowing my eyes, I protectively moved to block the aggressive survivor from Yangshu. The eyes of the group grew unfriendly as they whispered amongst themselves. Calm down. Maybe she just got lucky and hit it well, so she got to keep her phone. Since we're here, why don't we ask the girl to try calling civilization to get us out of this hellhole? The group agreed. I gripped my fists in irritation but looked toward Yangshu to see how she felt about it. Clearly, we had no signal the first round. Didn't seem to have any last night either. Can we try that again? She nodded. Extending her hand to show her phone, she called 110. There was no signal, and the call failed to go through. Give it to me! Taking advantage of Yangshu's extended hand, the teenager tried to yank it out of her hand. The others began to push towards the two of us as well. I hope it doesn't break! Back off! Yangshu backs away, pulling her phone closer to her. Didn't that creepy judge say that we're all dead? How did you randos die, huh? Bet you died in a dirty, stinky ditch where, no one cares about you. Perhaps you're doing what the young people these days call projecting. Huh? Just looking at your balding head makes me smell the residual stink. Hey, can we calm down and get back to... What, you want to share with the class the way that you died? The other players had already begun fighting amongst themselves, arguing about what this teenager was talking about. Despite not knowing how I died, I had the suspicion that most of the other survivors knew how they died. Huh. You shouldn't ask people that. Maybe I should. That Game Master Judge girl said that we're all sinners here, so you all must have had some real messed up, or you all must have been some real messed up people who died in real messed up ways to get here. What did you do to get pulled into this sinner's game? You must be a total creep. Pot, meet, kettle. Bickering, pushing, the survivor group devolved into chaos. Yangshu tugged my jacket slightly, looking like she wanted to leave the dining room as soon as possible. I felt tempted to go as well. However, before we could leave, the teenage survivor turned the group's attention back towards us. And really, what is with Phone Girl? You're right. Why does she have a phone? Taking advantage of his size, the middle-aged man, who I had thought initially reasonable, plucked Yangshu's phone right out of her hands. Yangshu reached for it only to be blocked by other survivors. Give it back, it doesn't belong to you. Even if she's innocent, we can make better use of this phone. Huh, how do you unlock this thing? Seriously, give it back. Give it to me. I'd know how to use it better than an old man like you. Noisy. This place was really noisy. A plate fell to the ground. More accurately, Yangshu threw a plate to the ground. The room fell silent in surprise. Then she opened her mouth to speak loudly and clearly. Give my phone back to me. Walking up to the middle-aged man through the crowd that appeared surprised to see Yangshu speak at all, Yangshu took her phone back. She wiped it off with a napkin and held it close to her chest. Sending a glare towards the other survivor, she walked away, exiting the dining room. Rather annoyed myself, I copied Yangshu's glare and made to leave. You should consider resuming the key search before wasting any more time bullying people. I exited the dining room without waiting for a response. I found Yangshu in the hallway, not too far away. Are you alright? I can't stand people. Yangshu let a deep sigh and stared down at her feet. After a while of silence, I felt her tug at my jacket sleeve. Let's try to find the key. Yeah. We continued our search. Time passed. Out of the blue, the air changed and Eleven's voice sounded out from the sky, reminding me of the first round of on the mountain. The feast for the king of the 11th court will commence in approximately 1 hour. We're almost out of time. 1 hour. Just 1 hour left? We didn't have any time left to wander around and hope for the best. We had to figure out where the key was hidden. Key. The Grand Marshal Center altar sleeps at the hour of the dragon snake together with the sacrifice's key, cursing the father blessed by the gods. My brain clicked. That. Based on the riddle, the key should be somewhere in the southeast. The one place we haven't checked yet. Inside the pond with the lotus flowers. Oh, okay, so it wasn't time. It was location. Okay. The dragon, the snake refer to the directions of southeast. The marshal of the center altar is Nezha, lotus flowers. We turned to look to the southeast in unison. Exchanging looks, we nodded and started running down the halls towards the garden in that direction. We reached the garden and stepped right in front of the pond. Beside the green and flowers, it seemed unassuming that the pretty white and pink lotus flowers floating upon the surface. Likely no one had thought to search within it. No nets or tools in sight to use. Yangshu looked left and right trying to find something to poke into the pond with, but we didn't have time for that. I'm pretty good at swimming. What? Without thinking further, I dove into the pond with a splash. The water soaking into my clothing, hindering my movement, but I forced myself downwards, opening my eyes. The pond wasn't so deep that the light couldn't reach the bottom. Bubbles escaped as I conserved my oxygen. I quickly spotted something that reflected the water, filtering sunlight, sitting in the slit at the pond floor. It was a golden pagoda figurine. I swam towards the pagoda and lifted it from the ground, and from it dropped an object that I grabbed before it touched the bottom. Bottom. Before it touched the pond bottom. As Eleven stated, the moment I saw the key, I knew that we had found it. More bubbles escaped from my nose. A muffled celebratory jingle reached my ears from above the water surface. I had to go up, otherwise I'd run out of air before I had the chance to win this round. Gripping the key in my hand, I pushed myself off the pond floor and began to swim upwards. The light above the water grew bright, and I was almost there. That was when something yanked on my leg and began to pull me down. In my shock, air escaped from my mouth. I struggled to swim upward, my hand splashing up above the pond surface. Then I felt myself being pulled down again. I was out of air. I couldn't accept this, but the thing overpowered me. I glanced down for just a moment, seeing a rotting creature that resembled the maids dragging me down. A water ghost. I extended my hand towards the surface, which was growing further away, even as I kicked at the monster and tried to swim. No. A thin hand grabbed mine. She pulled desperately for my sake. Yangshu pulled against the force of the ghost, dragging me down and pulled me above the water. I gasped for air. Wailu? Crack. Using the ground as leverage, I kicked the ghost away and lifted the rest of me out of the water with Yangshu's help. The monster poked its head above the water for a quick second before diving back down, waiting for its next victim. Splash. Finally, having the chance to catch my breath, I sat on the ground for a few moments and breathed air. My clothes were wet with water, weighing me down and leaving a puddle on the ground. I gestured for Yangshu to hold out her hand. As she did, I dropped the key into her open palm. You found it. Yeah. As I forced myself back up to my feet, an announcement came from the sky. Congratulations, the key has been found. All players should make their way back to the banquet hall for a feast. We made it. A maid wearing its human facade approached us and bowed. In its hands, it held a towel, which it passed off to me to use to dry off. Please, follow me to the banquet hall. Just like that, we reached the banquet hall. The moment we entered, the key disappeared from Yangshu's hand. It seemed the key's role was finished and once again reminding me of where we were in the afterlife. In the banquet hall, there was a long table, and its head sat the tall, red-haired woman I saw the day before. her gaze sending a chill down my spine. The woman spoke. Congratulations, you have made it to the feast of the third night and passed the second round of my game of life. Banquet hall, it's time for soup. No, we have one more game. We have one more trial to pass before soup. I am the king of the 11th court. First, sit. I spied 11 besides the king, the seat beside 11 on empty. I spotted 11 sitting beside the king, the seat beside 11 on empty? Am I dumb in reading this? All the other survivors sat themselves. A number of seats further away from the king had been left unoccupied in the seats of 2 or 3. I contemplated where I should sit. Man, I haven't been, like, committed to either girl. I kind of like voicing Yangshu, though, so maybe I'll sit next to her. I want to sit closer to the door. Sure. Finding 2 seats by the door, we sat down and glanced at the farther, other end where the king sat. Start the feast. The king clapped her hands once. Then the servants began to lay out various dishes atop the long table, placing shared utensils on each dish to let all the guests serve themselves. The food looked different from when we had in the dining hall during the time that we spent in the mansion. The meat glistened with strange sauce. The vegetables and pastries appeared a level higher in craftsmanship. The 2 of us picked some food to eat. I put a piece of strange meat into my mouth and paused. Crunch. It tasted strange. Crunch, crunch. It tasted strange. A slick, salty, metallic feeling coated my tongue. Tempted to spit it out, I looked at Yangzhu, who was eating the same thing, without any reaction, and swallowed the piece in my mouth, resisting the urge to gag. Then I picked up my cup and drank all the water till the flavor left my tongue. I didn't need to eat during the feast. What do you think about the meat? It tastes normal? Huh. I don't know if we should eat it. Huh. Alright, I trust you. Yangju put her fork down and wiped her mouth with a provided napkin. In the meantime, can I ask you whether you want to go back to life and reincarnate if you pass the next round of this game? Of course, I want to go back to life. I plan to live till at least my 80s, so dying permanently in my mid-20s would have been a huge waste of my retirement plans. I still got a lot left to do. What about you? I don't know. Going back to life would be alright with me. But reincarnating would be alright as well? I'm not sure. Reincarnating means drinking Mengpo's soup and wiping away all my memories of this lifetime. I wonder how it works. For example, would it be able to wipe away all these feelings? All the feelings you've ever had in this lifetime? It seems sad if so. Why? Isn't it better to not have to feel any of the sadness of your previous life? But then you can't remember any of the happiness either. Even the happiness, I don't think you're supposed to be able to remember where it came from. That really seems so sad. There's nothing left to be sad about. In fact, wouldn't you be happy if you couldn't remember being happier? In fact, wouldn't you be happy if you cannot remember being happier or sadder? I would say no. Why? Just my gut feeling. Hello, Soul! Hello, Ellie. Hope you're having a great day in stream. Just want to pop by and lurk while I stream myself so I can support a friend. Hugs! Thank you for being so supportive, Soul. Hope you also have a good stream. I see. I look carefully at Yangju, the girl who I grew up with, talking about forgetting. I found myself wanting to commit every bit of her to my memory. For example, she had pretty eyes, a cute nose, soft lips, and these days like to dye the intersection of her hair. She's a bit shorter than me and didn't go out in the sun much. At the very least, I'd be sad if I forgot about you. Yangju was the only Yangju in the world. Me too. I don't want to forget you. I put my hand on top of hers. Her slender fingers felt chilly, but I would warm her up. Oh, right. I have another point against reincarnating for me. I don't like drinking soup. What?! Lu, excuse me?! Even if it's magic soup? Wouldn't magic soup be even worse? I can't imagine how it tastes. Bruh, soup is wonderful! Soup is delightful! I love soup! Lu is not a part of Soup Gang, right? I don't know. Soup is pretty yummy. Rather than eating, we decide to chat. Luckily, sitting at the far end of the table, no one, not the survivors, not the king, not the servant, bothered to interrupt our conversation. The feast continues for a while longer. I'm going to save because I just realized that I did not save in a little bit. Then the low bell tolled, signaling the end of our time in this round. When I opened my eyes, I once more returned to my familiar yet lifeless apartment. I leaned against the wall, hand pressing against the familiar feeling, and fiddling with the hole that I made once upon a time with a nail to hang a whiteboard. Even now, I felt as though I could awaken from this nightmare to find that all of this was a dream. Yet, I would not wake. Only one round remained in the game of life. After all the close calls I had in the past 2 games, I still had no idea how I died, having no time for introspection when running for my life. I wondered how I lost my life. Was I murdered? If some unknown entity held a grudge against me and brutalized me to the point of amnesia, even in the afterlife, I wonder if I want to remember. Was it a natural disease? Climate change had clearly increased the instances of floods, landslides, fire, and whatnot in the region. Or natural cause, something? Perhaps I simply dropped dead of a heart attack. I always thought that my family's genes were pretty resilient. None of my grandparents ever having heart issues or strokes. None of these questions bore any results. Mulling over my unclear death wouldn't give me any answers. Knock on Yangshu's door. Knock knock. I rapped my knuckles on Yangshu's door, not knowing if she would be in that room, which had long since been vacated. Oh, that's cute! Before I could call out to her, the door opened on its own. I never had any automatic door opening system built into my apartment, so this was definitely not supposed to happen. Yangshu was sitting on the carpet, fiddling with her phone in one hand and holding an open can of beer in the other. Let's go! As I approached, she set down the beer, making sure not to spill it. Do you have a signal? Yangshu shook her head. I took a seat next to her, careful not to lean against the bed since I was still in outdoor clothes. At least I had magically dried off between getting out of the pond and now. Leaning towards her, I couldn't help but grin. You cracked open a cold one pretty easily if we both got back to our place at the same time. You're the one that always went out drinking for work, coming home late all the time. It really is a part of my job. Can't get anywhere without the after-work socializing. Although I do wish I got paid a bit more in exchange for all that unpaid time. Your company's lab really didn't go out much, huh? Again, I understand the effect that this is supposed to be, maybe a little bit creepy. She leaned on my chest and shook her head. Her face looked flushed, a cute pink dust across her cheek. Her eyes a little watery. This is how she looked when she was drunk. I wondered how long she had passed since... Or, I wonder how long had passed since the last time we drank together. No, 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 it's head pat time. Pat, pat. Actually, do I have... I think I have head pats on. Let me group, add existing head pats. Okay, someone try redeeming head pat Lyra if you have the points, I guess. Or pets Lyra. There you go. Good job, Hakun. Although right now, I was absolutely sober. Not a drink of alcohol in me. She must have really chugged that beer. I only drink once in a while when I'm stressed. Not that it matters, since I'm dead. I poked her forehead, eliciting a little yelp from her. Let's get through the last round, and then we won't be dead anymore, alright? Mm-hmm. Want to come with me next time I get invited to something fancy? Absolutely no way. I'm so bad with people. Sometimes you have to put yourself out there. Most people are pretty easy to talk to once you get past greetings. It's not so bad once you get the hang of things. She lightly smacked my arm. Okay, well I guess I need to move the head pat thing back. I really hate it when you say those sorts of things. I can't do it. I'm just a useless person who can't change, can't grow up, can't talk to people, can't do anything. I can only do things at my own pace. I just can't be normal. Youngju. Whatever. I'm just bad with people. I just hate people. Why can't they all disappear and just leave me alone? Dots. Ah, you made it to the visual novels. Yes, we are still on the first one because this is long. But it's a good story. We're only gonna try going through one route. I might actually revisit this during a different stream to do the other routes or see the other routes, to be honest, because I am invested in this. I like this. And we're not gonna be able to get the other routes done during this. I already know that. But hello, Lyra. Someone said soup. I'm sorry. She turned her head away from me. She wouldn't look at me, pulling away. For snapping at you. I shook my head. I'm sorry. I apologized. I know, I can be overbearing, if that's the right word, and inconsiderate. Acting like the world should work my way all the time, giving advice that no one asked for. I apologize. Not just for now, but for all the other moments that I should have told her sorry. So what's this one about? Our character, Huailu, and this character have both died. They used to be girlfriends, but our character broke up with this girl because differences. And we are playing through 3 games for the 11th Court of Hell to be judged whether we should be reincarnated or not, because we are sinners. And the final prize for completing all 3 games is soup. Soup that will let you forget all about your past life so you can be successfully reincarnated. We sat in silence for a few moments. Oh yeah, and we're like in some like liminal space kind of memories of our apartment. What was your sin? I don't think she said. That was a pretty good synopsis on the fly. Thank you. We sat in silence for a few moments. Do you remember how we met? Junior high. It was summer, just before summer break. During that exam period, when the AC broke halfway through the day, the next best thing was electrical fans circulating humid heat. I shouldn't remember what happened over 10 years ago so vividly, but I really thought I was gonna die from the heat. Finally, out of the last exam, what was he even? I just remember struggling to get to the canteen or vending machine or anything for a drink of water. Aside from that, I'm surprised that this one wasn't the last stream that you did. That's why I have multiple themes, so things can cover multiple topics. And then bumping into you. We didn't know each other at that point, but without hesitation, you gave me a bottle of water you were carrying. We chatted about this moment many times before. Oh no, we chatted about this moment many times before, so the memory had almost certainly been beautiful, yet to speak of it again in our mid-20s tickled my heart. I was on the basketball team in junior high. Ah yes, a clear lesbian. So I usually carried extra water bottles with me. At the time, I didn't think it'd come in handy that I carried extras. I meant when it comes to Yuri again, yes, I know what I like. I am picking visual novels that have my interests. Still, it was water. My cool and gallant savior. You know what I remember the most about that time? Or, wait, who said that? Oh no, you know what I remember the most about that time? There was a pretty girl who I met after the exams who got assigned to the same class as me in the class shuffle after summer break. The rest is history. Who's this pretty girl that you're talking about? You know her better than anyone else in the world. Don't think I'm joking about calling you pretty. The pretty girl who I wanted to become close to from first sight turned out to be my new classmate, Cheng Yangshu. Lady Luck loved me, so I didn't even have to ask anyone to switch seats to get assigned to the one next to you on the first day of the term. But I would've, if I had to. Aren't those words something you made up when we started dating? It's the truth! Otherwise, what's the point of saying it now? After all, we'd already broken up. Now, if I had said that I knew right away that you were kind and clever, well, that probably would have been something I made up, even if it turned out to be true. A little red crept up to her ears. I thank you, classmate Jian Huailu, for the glowing character recommendation. I aim to please, classmate. Then Yangshu leaned against me, just for a moment. The silence that filled the air was soft and gentle, just like her, reminding me of the past. Yet I couldn't bask in the atmosphere of nostalgia for too long, as she distanced herself a little, appearing almost lonely, even though I was right here. Whatever happens, you have to pass the third round and pass the trial. I'll make sure of it. Huh? Despite being the way that I am, I can pull through the moments that count. It's the balance of karma. For every bad thing, there has to be a good thing, or something like that. Pushing the long-forgotten can of beer further, Yangshu rose to her feet. The karmic balance will be altered if you keep chatting, so... She tugged my arm, making me follow suit and standing up, and started shuffling me towards the door. Huh? Why? Because it makes me too happy. Suddenly, I was getting pushed out the door. See you? See you. I stepped out of her room and the door closed softly behind me. Before long, the low bell tolled, signaling the start of the third and final round. I floated through empty black space. This was different. Shouldn't I be moving on to the next game? Did the trial start already? Questions rushed through my mind as I prepared myself for the trial of black space. Yet neither sound nor sight of 11 to give the rules could be found. My feet finally touched solid ground, and a scene blossomed in front of me. Mimi sat in front of me, lovely despite the tears that dotted the edges of her eyes. I love you. I love you, Mimi. My heart dropped. My voice, but not my mouth. Not right now, at least. The moment that has been haunting me for weeks. I love you, Mimi. I love you so much. How many times did I say those words that day? I never actually said that out loud, did I? Otherwise, she wouldn't be making that face. Or maybe I did, and perhaps I just was remembering incorrectly. Lulu. I love you, Mimi, but this can't go on. I'm breaking up with you. The words weighed heavily on me. Not me, then. Me, right now. I was so certain back then. The fact that Mimi didn't respond, didn't fight back, only made Lulu more confident. She stared suddenly at Lulu, tears at the edge of her eyes growing larger as her lips trembled, completely blindsided by this sudden breakup. You're insecure, clingy, depending on me for everything. You're supposed to be smart, yet you can't think for yourself. Sheesh. Mimi didn't respond, but she gripped the edges of her sleeve so hard her hands were trembling. You can't order food, you can't make your own decisions, you can't even put leftovers in the microwave when you're hungry. You don't have a license, you hate public transport, so I have to drive you everywhere. You need me to take you to walk through the dishwasher's instructions every time, and you whine to me about work in the middle of the day. The moment a task isn't obvious, I have my own job to do, and I can't always be helping you out. Enough. Just because she wasn't responding didn't give you the right to barrage her with these insults. Look at her, Lulu! Mimi's bottom lip was white with how hard she was biting onto it. The way she shook was indicative of how much she wanted to let go and sob, yet not a single sob sipped past those lips. Nothing to say? You're right. The Lulu in my memory let out a sigh, disappointed. Perhaps she wanted Mimi to fight back. I'm supposed to be your girlfriend, not your mom. You need to grow up and be yourself. The pink in the apartment didn't deserve to be suffocated. And I was letting her remain a child. So I thought such self-righteous things, irritated that she would rely on me when I forced her to, feeling like I was the one who was right and made the decision to break up with her. But Lulu, what the hell? You absolute asshole! Stop, I didn't want to see this anymore. This was the moment that our relationship of many years ended. This was when I hurt her. I clutched my aching heart and held back painful, hot tears that threatened to spill out of my eyes from from eyes. Oh my god, I cannot read. Try again. I clutched my aching heart and held back painful, hot tears that threatened to spill out of my eyes from regret that even if we had broken up, I had been so cruel. A spark of light started at my feet, tendrils of flame slithering into the frame of this memory. The corners of this memory began to burn, crumbling like paper lit aflame. The glow of orange was a godsend for removing this memory from my mind. The voices in the memory petered out, not that I remembered, but remained to talk about. Perhaps the logistics of wrenching someone out of my life. I kicked at the memory, wishing it to be pitch black darkness again instead. Huh? Embers from the burning edges flickered and flew through the air. When did the fire get this high? A chill ran down my spine as I saw the flames grow, their bright red consuming everything. Then the fire rushed towards me. I shut my eyes and braced myself, feeling a deep fear that shouldn't have been within my gut. What the... I didn't know why I was so scared of fire. However, the pain never came. I came to with a grasp, the yellows and oranges of fire burning out to a windowless building with stained walls. A door fogged with fogged glass stood before me under the hum of fluorescent lights. Goal is to reach the rooftop. Eleven's voice came from above once more, magically filling the whole building despite not a single speaker in sight. Good luck. Hearing Eleven's ending statement, I realized that I didn't hear anything that she explained. I missed the rules while I'd only been daydreaming, if that could be called a daydream. I mentally scolded myself, but didn't dwell on it. I had time to do so. I caught the last part. The goal was to reach the rooftop. If this was anything like the other games, there was likely a time limit attached to it. I had to hurry and find Yang Zhu. Whipping my head around, I realized that there was no contestants nearby. Chances were we were all placed in random locations again. I decided to spend some time looking for Yang Zhu. I'd missed the first part of the instructions, but I could trust her to give me the details. I ran around the hallways, opening doors, but didn't see Yang Zhu anywhere. Finally, I came to a stop in front of the elevator. I'd love to find Yang Zhu, but we're all going to the same place. If I'm going up, I'm bound to run into her. My mind made up. I pressed the up button on the elevator. The elevator doors opened immediately, as though it had been waiting on this floor. Okay, so... yeah, about the soup thing, I got a fun fact. The creator of said soup, Meng Po, is the goddess of forgetfulness. In life, she was Meng Jiang, a lady that died but got stuck out of incarnation due to her grief from her husband's death. Source: the Megami Tensei wiki. Meng Po is a persona in Persona 5 gacha game. Oh my god. I think she has an appearance, like, even out of that gacha game, if I'm not mistaken, though, right? Upon entering the elevator, I found only 2 valid floor buttons on the operation panel. I didn't think they'd use a building with only 2 floors for this trial. I grumbled as the doors closed and the metal box jerked upwards. Very good animation on this, by the way. I was greeted by the gloomy atmosphere of the 2nd floor. No hallways, windows extending from both sides with numerous windows attached to it. As I strolled through the hallways opening doors, I found that some rooms led to more hallways. So this is a maze of hallways? I should have known I can't rely on physics in these trials. Based on that story, I returned to the lobby with the elevator I was in and scratched my nails into the paint of the elevator frame. It would save me from the time of checking an elevator that only goes downwards. I returned to the hallway I was in and walked to its end. Dead end. Time to pick another path through one of the doors. The quota for the 2nd floor has been met before reaching the 1st floor time limit. The 1st floor is now off limits and ghosts will be now feeding momentarily? Huh? How nice of her to repeat the rules. Well, I can't dilly-dally then. I better find another elevator or some stairs. I wandered through the hallways blindly. I had no way of telling if I was going the right way. Was passing this trial gonna be simply blind luck? I hope not. I never liked relying on luck. I always planned for my success. I always planned for my successes. Luck was just a backup. But I didn't truly have any chances in this trial. Hallway after hallway, door after door. Then my feet screeched to a stop at an open door. Delicate yellow eyes widened as they caught mine. Wailu! Youngju! I stopped myself from hugging her, but I couldn't stop the smile on my face. Just like that, the anxiety that was eating away at my stomach simmered down to nothing. She averted her eyes, but I saw a tiny smile of relief grace her lips as well. I'm relieved to see you. Me too. She was clutching her phone, but placed it in her pocket as soon as she noticed me eyeing it. I was just using it for comfort. Well, I'm here now. I think I'm better comfort. Yeah. I rechecked this room and the hallway. I didn't find any stairs. I shook my head. Nothing this way either. I came up by the elevator, so keep an eye... I came up by elevator, so keep an eye out for that. Okay. There's also another door in this room. Might as well continue from there. Sounds like a plan. We walked towards the hallway after hallway, room after room, together. Side by side, shoulders barely touching. I could reach out and grab her hand. I could give her the comfort we both needed, but her hands were in her pockets, one likely thumbing the edges of her phone, and mine were curled into fists. Be mature, Wailu. We broke up because it was better for her. Rekindling a flame after dying during a life or death game wasn't the right place for it. But still, how difficult would it be just to reach out, to pull her sleeve and ask for her hand? Was it the same as before? Were her hands all soft skin and manicured nails? Was the shape of her hand still a perfect fit in my own fingers? Dots. I mentally scolded myself. Ugh. Her exclamation startled me, but I was thankful for the distraction. There's an elevator. She hurried to press the button, but I grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. I recognized the mark I left on it. Like before, the elevator opened its door immediately. No, this elevator is... An elevator! A man shoved between us and rushed into the elevator. Wait, that elevator is... Don't even think about coming in! This is my elevator, not yours! No, that doesn't matter! Of course it matters! Didn't you listen to the rules? Not really? I'm not letting any stupid little girls take up the quota for the next floor. Especially not cheaters like you. Cheaters? He pointed an accusing finger at Youngju as she shrank against me. I stepped in front of her automatically to shield her. You're the ones with the phone. You've been talking to the mastermind behind these games. What? Was he talking about 11? Didn't she talk with everyone? Don't try and play dumb. You're the only one who brought a phone to the afterlife. Behind me, I felt Youngju bury her head in my jacket. I'm sorry. It's not her fault. She was given a phone. How does that give us any advantage? There's no signal here. Ugh. He bared his teeth in frustration. He knew I hit the nail on the head. What good could a phone do for us in a death game? I don't care. You're not getting on. No, that's not it. That elevator won't bring you to the next floor. Bullshit. Lying must be part of your strategy too, isn't it? What? No, I'm telling the... I reached out to grab the doors, but it was too late. My fingers barely reached the metal when the elevator's door closed. The elevator emitted a whirring sound as it descended, as its occupant realized the consequences of his action. Youngju shuddered against me and I turned to cover her ears in a hug. The 7-segment lights above the elevator frame changed from 2 to 1. Despite wanting to block it out and my ears focus on the sounds of flesh being torn from bones. A few minutes of silence. Youngju relaxed against me, and I loosened my hold on her. She continued to shudder against me, and the little puffs of her breath against my collarbone told me she was crying. I rubbed her back gently, trying somehow to provide her a little bit of comfort. Huailu, you're crying. A warm hand reached to my eyes, delicately wiping the tears from the corners. I'm fine, I said despite the number of times she had to swipe her soft fingers over the bottom of my eyelashes. Are you alright? Yes. Then let's get going. Yes. I took her hand again, starting to lead her down the hallway and the doors again. I can trust her. Comfort went two ways, didn't it? I'm going to save. Perhaps it was true that she never made it through these trials without me, but it was also true that I'd never make it through these trials without her. There was something about Youngju that completed me. And it wasn't my desire to protect or support her like I originally thought. No, I couldn't be more wrong. She was her own person. She was never suffocated in my arms. I was just too arrogant to realize it, huh? I laughed bitterly at myself. All that wasted time and tears. Is something funny? Just myself. I like it when you tell jokes. But when you're just you, I think you're amazing. I think you're amazing too, Youngju. You are an incredibly reliable girl. We walked silently for several twists and turns when Youngju tugged at my hand to stop. Huailu! She pointed at a dark spot in the ceiling of She pointed at a dark spot in the ceiling of the corner we just rounded. Squinting in the dim light, I made out the bottom half of a ladder, colored just enough to barely blend into the wall. I completely missed it. A ladder. I reached out to pull the ladder fully down. Good find, Youngju. She smiled at me, a genuine, unafraid one, and my heart skipped a beat. I couldn't stop myself from smiling back. Here, you go first. I reached out to take her hand again, pulling her over to the ladder, until I could practically hug her as I held the ladder steady for her to climb. Once Youngju pulled herself onto the third floor, I followed suit. On the third floor, we found ourselves in a room with 2 doors. Youngju already looking around in interest as I joined her. It's like a gujar. A what? Which one of her historical dramas was this term from? Gujar. It's a poisonous curse. You put a poisonous creature together in a jar and seal it. Then, over time, they'll eat each other until only one is left. That victor supposedly has the poison equivalent to all the other creatures the jar started with. I crossed my arms and shifted my weight uneasily, trying to get rid of the chill that settled at the end of my spine. A jar for all your goo, duh! It's just a fairy tale. Ridiculous fiction. Yet here I was, participating in a death game to return to life. It's so creepy. Why would anyone do that? Youngshu shrugs. People used to believe in all sorts of nonsense. The spirit that resulted from the ritual was capable, of all kinds of malevolent acts. The type that's popular in dramas these days are, mother-child goo worms. Huh? And things like heart goo, mind control parasites. So it's a popular trope? It's historical black magic attributed to the Mao? meow people over millennia ago. Up and there's an ad right now, so we will stop reading for a second. I just realized I haven't even like looked at the like history page before. The history page kind of like lags a little bit when you like try and click on it, but otherwise it's okay. Meow. Who knows if it's real or not, though? She gave much more detail than I expected. How are we like this Gujar? It's not like we're eating each other. No, but the way that we seem to be sacrificing one another. I couldn't argue with that. Not that the man's screams still ringing, or not with that man's screams still ringing in the back of my head. Let's not think too much about this. Besides, we'll both win and return to life. Neither of us will become the Gujar spirit. We can do this together. Yes. More wandering through hallways and doors. I began to feel queasy from frustration. At least the interior decorator was nice enough to leave the occasional furniture or bloody stain on the walls of this floor to help determine if we'd walked in a large circle. Just as I was about to verbalize my frustrations in the form of the most offensive insults towards the king of the 11th Court's mother. Haha! We have a map! Okay. I opened the door to a hallway with a map framed behind a glass bulletin board. It's a map to the next 3 floors. There was even a friendly "You are here" star for easy reference. Youngju, Youngju, you still have your phone, right? Let's take a few pictures and make our way through the next floors quickly. Right. Maybe the man was right. Maybe having the phone was an advantage. No, forget it. That man was dead. Besides, I would use any advantage that I could get. I looked over at Youngju, who was busy taking careful close-ups of the maps. I want to see her alive. The maps were truly a godsend. We found the stairs to the next floor in less than 20 minutes. What's wrong? It's nothing. I slowed to a stop. Youngju nearly walked past me. It's not nothing. I can tell. We barely spent any time apart. I could see in the way that she shifted her eyes, the slight quirk of her left eyebrow, and the way that she pulled at her pink hair strands. Don't you think this floor looks different? Well, we are on a different floor. Yes, but it's like the walls are getting darker. I swept my eyes across the room. The first floor was already plenty dark, with its flickering lights and the lack of windows. But it was true. This floor did look darker, like something was growing on the walls, aging them, in not a yellow tint, but a muddy tar. Let's hurry to the next floor. Since Youngju pointed it out, I could really see once we got to the next floor. Not only did the walls feel dark at the edges and the frames of the doors of the objects felt uneven. The 90-degree turn of the hallway was bent, but when we got close to it, it had realigned itself. Instead, the door 3 feet away looked jagged. This is making me uneasy. Still, we followed the picture of the maps in Youngju's photo gallery. I think if we turn here... That's a dead end. I can see the dead end of... Or, I can see the end of the hallway. Oh, give me a sec. Let me see. She gave me the phone without hesitation. I swiped through the maps. It was a good thing she took so many photos. Nothing was blurry when I zoomed in. Oops. I clicked out of the photo viewer back into the gallery. Ooh, do we get to look at her photos? The familiar smiles looked back at me through the grid of the thumbnails. Mimi, Lulu, holding the camera out to take a selfie. I swiped again and found them in a cherished hug in front of the sunset that a stranger took for them. The next swipe showed a kiss on the cheek in front of the toy store, with its newly decorated Halloween windows. My heart leapt in my throat. The bubbly feeling of walking down the street with Mimi as we went shopping on cozy autumn afternoons. Lulu! Did I really let all of that go? Did I really forget about all that cherry-picked the rotten and threw away a perfectly good relationship? Lulu. She didn't deserve that. I didn't deserve her. Hi, Lou? I snapped out my reverie and found Youngju looking at me with a worried frown. Is something wrong? Or no, is something wrong? No, I just clicked the back button. Hold on, let me find the right picture again. Here we are. We made a wrong turn in this room before. We'll be fine. Okay. I gave her back her phone and she walked ahead of me. I have to make sure that she lives. It was the 7th floor. That's it for the maps. Yes. I trailed off as the world tilted. I caught myself on the wall. Why, Lou! I reached out to steady me, but I waved her off and I could pull myself together. I just have a headache. Oh, let's take it slowly then. No, we need to make it to the top floor. Before Youngju could respond, a buzzer rang and Eleven's voice interrupted from above. The quota for the 6th floor had been met before reaching the 5th floor time limit. The 5th floor is now off limits and ghosts will begin feeding momentarily. See, we need to hurry. Don't worry about me. I've survived worse. We walked through the door after door and hallway after hallway on the 7th floor. Our pace truly was much slower without a map. We had to check every route individually. As the seconds ticked by, I couldn't prevent anxiety from eating through my brain. How many floors were there? Would we have enough time to clear the next floors? We reached another room with a single door. Okay, I guess there's 11 floors. Before I could reach the doorknob, it swung open, narrowly missing my nose. A man on the other side of the door, and I tensed. Oh, sorry about that! Youngju wilted behind me. The man was carrying a bat, but he didn't seem antagonistic. You don't want to go that way. I just checked every door in the past 5 rooms. The previous rooms had 2 other doors. Okay, I'll take one of them. He disappeared into the previous room. Metal bat. There are probably weapons littered throughout the trial again. At least this guy was non-confrontational. Remembering what Youngshu said about Gujars made me a little nervous. Okay, that was Youngshu, what you said before. Boom! I was knocked on my feet and the room went sideways as it trembled and pieces of drywall flew in every direction. By some miracle, I managed to duck and cover my hands in time to avoid the worst of it. What's going on? Footsteps and screaming altered the ringing in my ears. My body was heavy as I struggled to push myself from the ground. There was fire. A fire had started due to the room that just exploded. My legs weren't listening to me. I couldn't get them to pick myself up. The The pounding in my head was getting worse. The smoke aggravated the pain like gray knives stabbing through my temple. There was fire. The panic was only secondary in my brain. Part of me was hiding, terrified, screaming. There was fire! Get away! The scorching heat everywhere, the sear of freshly burnt flesh, pain melting from skin to bone. Run, run, don't let any of that touch you. You have to go. I was choking on more than just smoke. My lungs seized on me, the fear ran deep into my bones, paralyzing me to the spot. My brain kept saying, leave, run. But my brain didn't understand. Yes, I had to get away, but my head hurt and my legs wouldn't move like I wanted them to. Lulu? Someone was pulling at my arm, pulling it away from my head. Stop. Stop, it hurt. There's fire. Lulu? I forced myself to take a couple of steps and swayed in the arms of the other person. Hi, Lou! Dots. Then finally, the heat was bearable. I could breathe. I collapsed into the arms of the person who pulled me out. Why, Lou? She shook my shoulders. Young-ju? It was illusion. Dots. Bang. Fire. There was fire. Suffocation, shrapnel, collapsing foundation, screams of terror. Why, Lou? My eyes snapped open. Young-shu's grip was tight on my shoulders, her arms trembling enough to shake me as she did. Young-shu, what? There was still debris, the smell of smoke in the air, but we clearly weren't sitting in the center of a firestorm. The damage of whatever happened didn't reach this far. My pounding heart slowed. My breath fell back to normal, to a normal pace, thankfully. The ringing in my ears stopped. There was an explosion. You pulled me out? She nodded, and I pulled myself into a sitting position in front of her. How far did she drag me? It couldn't have been easy to bring both of us to a place of relative safety. An explosion within the buildings could have easily caused a cave-in for both of us to fall to one of the lower floors. She could have easily left me behind to save herself. Instead, she dragged my useless body along with her. Thank you. A familiar buzzing sound rang through the building and made both of us jump. The quota for the 8th floor had been met following reaching the 7th floor time limit. The 7th floor is now off limits and ghosts will begin feeding momentarily. 7th floor. 7th floor? Panic shot through my body as I recalled the floor that we're on. Aren't we on the 7th floor? Young-shu nodded solemnly. Her fingers tightened around my arm. She wasn't doing her best to school her expression into something calm, but I didn't miss the way her bottom lip trembled. I opened my mouth to say something reassuring, but my brain didn't catch up with my mouth, so no noise came out. Instead, as if on cue, an aggravated gargle sounded from the next room. Shit, we have to go! I struggled to my feet, my head still throbbing. With Young-shu's help, I managed to get up and start down the hallway. Hi, Lou, are you alright? I'm sorry, Young-shu. I promise I'm okay. I really wasn't, but I couldn't let her wait any longer. She already saved my life. I couldn't let her lose any more precious time. Let's get going. With an apology, the apology was at the top of my tongue, but now wasn't the time. If I had time to feel guilty about putting her in this situation, I had time to get her out of it. Oh! The door beside me broke down with a crunch, wood splintering everywhere as a monster crawled its way out. Behind it, I could see at least 5 more. As if this one wasn't bad enough, there was no way I could fight a pack of them. Run! I grabbed Young-shu's hand and we ran down the hallway. A monster pounced at Young-shu and I pulled her away just in time. It landed on a table with a decorative vase instead causing it to split into a million pieces on the floor. Come on! We turned the corner, thankfully, rounding a staircase leading up. Youngju, I'm right behind you! Ah! My stomach lurched and I turned so fast, the ends of my ponytail whipped my cheek. Oh, that's a nice effect, good job. A monster clutched onto the end of her jacket, and Youngju grabbed onto the end of the railing before it could pull her off her feet. Youngju! She kicked it once. It wasn't enough to get the monster to let go. My eyes searched for a weapon, but the only thing in the stairway was us. With us was the railing, and that was attached firmly to the wall. No! Youngju whacked the monster across the face as hard as she could. That did the trick. The monster let go just as the remains of her weapon flew across the air into the landing of the 8th floor. Her phone. The screen cracked. The metal bent into an odd shape, cracked into the floor, flaked more plastic pieces onto the ground. Her eyes widened. Feet stilled. Youngju, hurry! There were more monsters behind her. Use the phone, F phone? How did you know? I mean, I guess it's like one of the only items, even though, like, there was still like the hand crank thing, right? Like, could have used that as a blunt weapon. But the phone has more meaning. I ran back and pulled her with me past the last step onto the landing. The monsters, still growling and drooling at us, stopped at the second to last step. It was as though there was a wall between us. It's okay, where? It's... I turned to find Youngju sinking to the ground, the remains of her phone before her. It was a state of disrepair. It was in a state of disrepair. The screen flashed in a multitude of black and white lights a couple times before de-energizing, probably forever. Perhaps the battery could be recovered, but a phone that had been slammed that hard into a monster surely had transistors and other components damaged and ripped out of place. The memory in silicone states no longer retained the information that they once stored within it. She picked up the device and hugged it close, eyes staring listlessly at the ground. Youngju. I knelt by her side, patting her gently on the back as she trembled occasionally. Mostly, she just looked at the ground. Her breathing was steady but heavy, as though each breath took tremendous effort. Shit, what do I do? What do I say? I'm sorry. No, it's okay. Don't apologize. Youngju wiped her tears, but her tears still spilled over. Her nose running, she shook more in my arms now. I'm so sorry. It was just a stupid phone, I know. It's not stupid. I know that phone's important to you. It was okay to grieve. The smallest things that give us comfort. It was okay to grieve. Because even if it was a useless, negligible parts of our lives, we still gave a part of ourselves to it. Youngju was sobbing now, bawling her eyes out as I held her against me. I ran my fingers along her back, trying my best to give her comfort. Did this comfort her? Was this okay to do? As long as Youngju didn't move away, I'd do this for her all night. Monsters growling in our ears or not. It held all our memories. Huh? Everything I had of us. It was all that I had left. Dots. You said goodbye to me, and then I died. It's all that I had left. She sobbed into my arms as I began to understand the meaning of that phone. She had loved it dearly when we were alive, so I didn't question why it appeared with her in death. But I didn't know the reason why she loved it so much. All you had left of us, huh? I continued to run my hand down her back, cradling her as she cried. The guilt was a bitter taste to swallow. Youngju, I'll get you a new phone. And we'll make more memories together. That got her attention. She pulled herself off me, staring at me with wide, hopeful eyes. Really? Really. When we were alive again, when we're alive again, we can make more memories together. Shooken from her stupor, I'm able to help her stand up, and we start down a hallway of the 8th floor. I managed to get Youngju to move with me, but she was still quiet, only looking at her feet as we walked. The broken phone remained in her pocket. It was so easy to cheer people up, I suppose. Or if it was so easy to cheer people up, I suppose, no one in the world would be sad. However, walking in silence began to make me uneasy. Youngju, don't you think that everyone can pass this last trial together? We just saw that we can make it through an off-limit floor alive. If we can help each other, can't we all survive? Like the two of us, I want to say, but I held back. I don't think humans are capable of the kindness that requires. True. I narrowed my eyes. It's not really my problem anyways. Yes, the only ones I need to take care of after about seeing through this game was Youngju and I. Or even just Youngju. That would make it, that would be more than adequate. Crowbars. There's two, so you take one. Weapon obtained! I held the crowbar out to her, which she thankfully took after a moment of hesitation. It didn't look right in her delicate hands. She really didn't belong here, but... Come on, Youngju. It's almost time. Let's keep fighting a little longer. Okay. She was still listless. Could it be that my words were earlier weren't enough? Do you doubt me, Youngju? Huh? About your phone. Don't think about it anymore, okay? So she was still thinking about her phone. What could I say? Oh, I mean... She didn't trust my words earlier. Then I better make them clear. Youngju, are you worried about what I said? Do you think I'd go back on our words and drift apart, never making memories again? Well... She looked forlornly at the broken phone in her hand. I faced her. Our eyes met, but she quickly looked away. No, that wouldn't do. Softly, I held my hand to her face, guiding her back until we locked eyes again. Youngju, I promise, we'll make new, better memories again. If we get out of this alive. Will you go out with me again, Youngju? She stumbled over her words, taking far too long with an answer. My cheeks heated up. I'm glad the lighting was dim. Even if she was averting her eyes, the less chance of her seeing my embarrassment, the better. I hope there aren't any more floors after this. Okay, we're gonna continue going, but like we didn't get an answer back, and I'm wondering if it's because like I didn't actually choose all of her options maybe earlier, but we'll fix that in a different playthrough, a different stream. Yeah. Come on, it's just a little. I was cut off by a black object coming towards my head from the corner of my eye. An object crashed into the wall beside me with a smash. I had moved my head back just in time for a hammer to swing into the wall where I was standing. It crushed the shitrock, a round stamp where the tool had buried itself. I took a large breath of air as my brain registered what nearly happened. Ah! Stay back. Got good reflexes, don't you? I stayed in front of Youngshu, glaring at the man before us. He grinned as he pulled his hammer free of the wall. What are you doing? What do you think? Ensuring my win, of course. Okay, like Dio. I saw the 9th floor. It's the roof. The roof. My eyes widened at the realization that we were so close to our goal. Just a few more steps and we'd be done with these games. However, the man that stood between us didn't seem all too friendly. I gritted my teeth. Of course, there would be one final fight before the end. I don't need to outrace anyone if I can just kill you all here. The hammer swung towards me again, and I swung my crowbar just in time to parry his hit. Stop! He took another swing at me, letting out a maniacal laughter as he did so. I stepped back to dodge, moving down in the stairway. No way. The only way to get back down from him safely was to remain on the 8th floor? Ugh. Another hit, another step back. The hits keep coming, and all I could do was keep parrying against them. Within minutes, we were halfway down the flight of stairs. Was there another way to the 9th floor? Based on how the floor quotas kept sinking, probably not. Ugh. I slipped against the last step, tripping backwards, landing on my butt on the 8th floor. The crowbar flew out of my hands. I got you now! He raised the hammer and covered my head with my arms to brace myself for the blow. I feel like there's an eye that needs to be there, but whatever. But it never came. A body dropped beside me on the 8th floor. Youngju stood 5 steps above me, gripping her metal crowbar so tightly her knuckles were right. Besides me, the man laid face down unconscious, but still taking shallow breaths. Oh no, Standing, I walked up to Youngju and gently pried the crowbar out of her hands. It fell to the ground with a clatter, rolling step by step until the 8th floor. It's okay. I pulled her into a hug just as the tears started bubbling over. He's still alive. Her shoulders sagged with relief, and I spent a couple of minutes patting her back softly. When she finally stopped shaking, she took my hand and we ascended the last few steps onto the 9th floor, the rooftop. The quota of the rooftop had been met before reaching the 8th floor time limit. The 8th floor is now off limits and ghosts will begin feeding momentarily. Congratulations! The diamond sky stretches... blah 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 blah. The diamond sky stretches endlessly above us. I had never seen a sight like this before. There were no buildings, no light pollution. Nothing in the horizon blocked the Milky Way as it flowed easily above us. Was this sight real? How come I never saw it when I was alive? Perhaps some things were only privy to the dead. The living had so much already. This is beautiful. I tore my eyes from the glittering blue hues above us to look at Youngju. Her eyes were still glued to the sky, despite her eyelashes still being wet. The smile on her face was genuine. The sky paled against her. The living had so much already, but that didn't mean the dead wasn't allowed to keep beauty to itself. Her hand was warm against mine, fingers curled perfectly around each other as we stood there. She watched the sky, but I was too distracted to watch with her. I loved her. I loved her so much. Thoughts. In the back of my mind, a memory bloomed, repressed so far that it had hurt. Because I loved Youngju. It hurt. So it hurted so much when she. It was a crowded day in the mall, perhaps more so than a normal weekend. Maybe it was some holiday, I forgot to look at my calendar. It didn't matter. I worked odd hours and took time off on even stranger days. Sorry I'm late. It's alright. Thanks for being willing to meet with me. Of course, I promise. Just a shopping trip. With the girl I broke up with a month ago. But it couldn't be put off any longer. Youngju's coworker had requested some specialty products from a store we used to frequent together. Which is why I had the special club card that allowed us into the store. Which is why I had to meet up with her to go shopping. It was okay. It had been a month. Even if we walked with a meteor space between us. Even if I kept catching her glancing at me every few minutes. It was okay. I breathed a sigh of relief as we stepped out of the store. The worst was over. I forced myself to look away, keeping conscious of how close we should be walking together, submerging the urge to reach out and take her hand. I couldn't help her hold her hair out of her face anymore. It didn't matter. Her eyes were glued to her phone most of the time anyways. She only looked up when I asked questions to make sure we got what her coworker wanted. I let out another breath of air. Was I the only stupid one? She smelled of the strawberry shampoo I got for us just last month because she wanted to try a new brand. It was a good choice. It was for the best, I keep telling myself. It was for the best. Any other option would make me break down in tears. Well, it was good meeting up with you. Could you... I mean... Could I take up a bit more of your time? Before? There's just a few more things I want to get from the other stores. Since you're here with me, why don't we go together? She was squeezing her phone in her hands, thumbs absent-mindedly turning it on to pretend to look at the time every 2 seconds. Alright. I was making a mistake. Thank you. Thank you. Relax, it's no big deal. I didn't have any plans for the rest of today. Okay, I just wanted to get a few things from... Her demeanor changed completely. She was suddenly excited, nervous energy completely gone. I wonder what was going through her mind. Was she planning something? Oh, could you wait a bit? I need to stop by the bathroom. Yeah, that's fine. It's right there. I'll wait for you here. She nodded and handed me the bags. There's really so many. Gunshots rang out, and people started screaming. Everyone, hands up! This is a... terrorist attack? I couldn't believe it. This didn't happen in real life. And of course, no one listened to the man with the gun. Everyone started screaming and running in fear. It wasn't until someone got shot and blood sprayed all across the floor, tiles, that people started kneeling down fearfully with their hands over their heads. Thankfully, it was just one man versus the mob of police officers that arrived. With their hands full, I quickly stood and took charge. Everyone, it isn't safe. Let's get while the police take care of them. With everyone still dazed and confused, it was easy to simply climb on the railings and point towards the closest exit. Finally, the last of the people in the area had left the building. On the far ends of the mall, people were still being evacuated, but they were far enough that they were practically gawkers rather than hostages. Thank you, miss. You were a great help. I'm just doing my civic duty. An exemplary citizen, don't worry. The police have this under control. Death to the government! We will all be judged by the courts of hell! The world flashed in hot, hot red. I couldn't hear. All I heard was a high-pitched frequency. Smoke and dust filled the air. I coughed as I struggled for a breath of fresh air. What happened? What happened? There had been a flash. What did the terrorists throw? A bomb? Was it a grenade? Screams erupted around me as the world reoriented itself. A pain shot through my right arm and leg. The entire right side burned. No. Hold your horses. This is a flashback to what happened before everyone died. White bone and red blood stared back at me where my right hand used to be. I let out a scream at the sight of my hand. I screamed until the smoke clogged up my throat and I fell to the ground coughing. Oh, I need to get out of here. And this makes sense of why, like, all the bad memories of the explosions and stuff, Failu had. Everything hurts so bad. Trying to put any pressure on my right leg hurts so bad. Help! I collapsed to the ground, blood pooling from my missing hand and from an unknown cut in my leg. I couldn't move. No. It was hot. Too hot. My skin was melting off my fingers. It charred in front of my eyes. I couldn't push myself off the ground. Help! Help! Lulu! Yangshu's voice cut through the flames before I saw her running through them, her eyes frantically looking for me as her cotton clothing caught on fire. Mimi! No, not you! I struggled towards her, grasping for air as she crumpled beside me in pain, desperately trying to put out the fire that burnt her sleeves and back. Lulu! She was crying. Why was she crying for me? You idiot! The streaks of these tears that rolled down my face weren't from the pain anymore. At least, not from any physical pain. I watched as Yangshu's skin blistered and bubbled. Her lungs grasped for air as the fires closed in on us. Why? Why did it have to be you? Not you. You shouldn't have been there. I snapped awake with a grasp, almost jumping out of my chair in a shock. Hydration check? Okay, yeah, I need it. I will actually be right back. I will, just, I won't put us to the BRB screen. I'll just, like, oh god. Hello, phone connection. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I will be right back. I need to get I need to get more tea. We are out of tea. I have to make a fresh pot, but I have stolen a bottle of water instead. Hello, Boo. Good job holding down the fort while Ellie's gone. I snapped awake with a gasp, almost jumping out of the chair in shock. Instead, the chair rocked underneath me, and I nearly tipped it over and landed on my back. Wailu? My heart rate decelerated to a more acceptable pace as I realized with fear that Youngju sat in another chair beside me. Not that I was calm, or now that I was calm, I could take in my surroundings. We're in the same room when I first arrived, in the same chair, I'm sure. But a courtroom had been set up. Shadowy figures stood on the balcony on the second floor. A bored woman in red armor stared down at us with a distaste in her lips. Below her, at a less decorated table in the center front of the room, 11 sat with a small smile on her face. She looked proud of us. Perhaps she was on our side after all. Youngju? Huh? How should I word this? Why did you come into the fire? Youngshu's brows furrowed in confusion. Fire? I was about to elaborate when her eyes widened in understanding. She looked down at her hands, which twiddled nervously now that she couldn't play with her phone. You're asking about when I died? Yes, I finally remember. I'm sorry it took so long. You looked... It was reasonable for my brain to attempt to flush the memory down the toilet. You were a good distance away from the blast. You would have lived if you didn't run into the fire. I wasn't thinking. I know, Huailu. I'm stupid and useless. But when I saw you there, I just couldn't think. And after I ran in, there was no way out. Youngju, I'm so... I wonder if there should have been, like, a little bit of, like, a sadder music there to be a little bit more melodramatic, but, like, I think I get it. Or I understand the music choice. Again, this is just me being, it's just me being, like, a game dev picky, I guess. I'm interrupted by the soft hit of a gavel. I look forward to find 11 with her hand still on a rectangular wooden slab. Defendants, welcome to the 11th court. Congratulations on completing the game of life. With these words, the audience on the balcony started to laugh and applaud. I didn't see or hear anything amusing. And thus, you have earned the right to a review of your sins and actions. Oh, so now we get this. Part of me felt like the order was reversed. After the torture of the game of life, it felt like we were already dropped in hell. 11 cleared her throat. I will now review your actions throughout the past 3 trials. Honestly, it was rather torturous to sit through the summary of our near-death experiences in the past few days, which was an odd emotion to process when I'm already dead. 11 smiled at us. As the judge of the 11th court, I declare Chan Huailu and Cheng Yangchu not guilty. A silence permeated the room. Without 11's words, we could hear a pin drop. Looking up, I saw the king looking down at us, over her nose. Beside her, a couple of monsters nodded to themselves, almost smiling at Eleven's declaration as they glanced with mocking apathy at their supposed lord. From their secret proximity to the king's throne, I wondered if they were her close officers. The king gritted her teeth, but leaned back in her seat without a word. Then, finally, the court of monsters roared back to life. On the first floor, monsters started standing from their seats, grumbling insults and protest. How dare! Not guilty! Is she attempting a coup? That girl is sure to be punished if the king is mad. What if the other courts notice us? The 11th court is such a perilous place. What is she thinking, upsetting the balance with this verdict? Quiet! Who gave you the right to speak? Do you have doubts about my work and research? She slammed her hand against the stack of books on the side of her desk. If so, please, feel free to check my work. The court was silent again. So even vengeful ghosts fear paperwork? 11 stood with a sweep of her robes and stepped in front of her desk to face us. Congratulations once again! Now, what will you choose? Mengpo soup or returning to life? Undo my death! Please? I want to go back to being alive. 11 shook her head. And you? Yangzhu had not answered, and I felt my heart drop as I looked at her. She looked at 11, then down at her hands. So, I was the only one who wanted to go back to life? Together then? Yangzhu closed her eyes and took a deep breath before turning to look at me. Having been caught staring, I felt the heat rise to my cheeks, and I casted my eyes downwards. When I looked at her face again, she was smiling. My face heated up further. Somewhere above, I hear a ghost laughing and a whisper about my tomato face. Huh? Her voice was tiny. I didn't hear her. But I felt her words perfectly. I love you. I wish to undo my death as well. Please, let me return to my life. Tusk. Pair of fools fit for each other. She scowled, but there was no malice in her words. 11 pointed at something behind us, and we turned to see what it was. A door appeared on the far wall, and as I looked back to the front, I realized with mild amusement that I was directly opposite the door to the first game. Go. Get out of here, and do not return to the 11th court. With another flip of her robes, she returned to her seat at the table and busied herself with papers once more. I looked to Yangzhu once more and offered her my hand as I stood. She smiled up at me, and I took it, pulling herself to walk with me, hand in hand towards the exit. The door handle was cool against my palm, but I didn't care. I was too busy looking at Yangzhu. At the twinkle in her eyes, the bounce of each curl in her hair, and the curve of her lips, even the glow of afternoon sunshine couldn't tear my eyes away from her. Instead, it brightened her features and made her all the more radiant. Let's go. Yes. I opened my eyes to a familiar scene and the familiar backache from sleeping on the couch. My apartment living room was dim in the mid-afternoon lights. The lights were off, and the only windows were in the kitchen. There was only a soft streak of golden light that hit the door. Dots. I let out a groan as I sat up, doubling over to massage my temples. What happened? The memories of the last few days flashed through my mind in misaligned bursts. Chair, scalpel, forest, teeth, house, key, maze, pipes, porch. Yangzhu. Was it all a dream? It was so real, all the hair-raising moments, the near brushes with death, and, well, death itself. I died. But between all that, I had reunited with the person I missed the most. Huh. I even made up with her. A weight laid itself on my heart. That was definitely a dream. But part of me still wanted to hold on to some hope that it wasn't. That I truly reconciled with Youngju, that was given a second chance after the biggest mistake of my life. I opened the door to Youngju's old room, but unlike my dream, only blank white walls stared back at me. Disappointment sank itself into my stomach, and I took a deep breath. It was truly too much to hope for, wasn't it? Youngju was gone, taken every last bit of her from this apartment. I had been the one to force her to do so. Only in my dreams would she come back here. Could I be dreaming? If Youngju was no longer here, this was certainly a nightmare. I should check the front door to confirm the rules of physics. The door opened to a familiar corridor of other doors which led to the apartments that mirrored mine. I'd never been so disappointed by a lack of black void. I nearly slammed the door shut as I retreated back into my apartment. The proof was piling up that this was really only a dream. Returning to the couch, I took out my phone and found that it was the same day as my death from my dream. I did a quick search through the news for a terrorist attack on the mall. Finding nothing, I dropped my phone on the couch. It didn't feel right to use my phone again after being so disconnected from, well, life for so long. Youngju. I wonder how she was doing. If this was all a dream, then she would be alive and well, right? That gave me some relief. Even if it was just a dream that we reunited after death and reconciled. At least, it would have also meant that it was a dream where she died in such a horrible way. All because of me, too. I might never recover from this. That might be a bit traumatic. I need to get a drink to clear my head. My thoughts were interrupted by a soft knocking sound from the door. I furrowed my eyebrows. Was I expecting someone today? It was a day off for me, but I didn't remember it making any plans. I'll be right there. I opened the door again, wondering who it could be. Youngju. The heat rose to my face. I wasn't expecting you. Can I help you with anything? I averted my eyes. It was so difficult to look at her all of a sudden. Perhaps it was because I had dreamt about her, or perhaps it was because I was thinking about so much about her. Either way, the longer that we stood there, the more aware I was of how red my face was turning. How about you come in? I can make some tea. Hi, Lou. I bought a new phone. She flashed the phone with a smile before placing it in her pocket once more. It didn't look any different from the one that I remembered. Oh, do you have a new number? No. But I do have a promise. A promise? With who? You. You promised me we'd make new and better memories. We're both alive. So, will you go out with me again? Yeah, let's go, lesbians, let's go! Youngju barely finished her question when I reached out to grab her by the neck, pulling her in for a kiss I had missed for well over a month. Youngju made a small noise of surprise, and she stumbled a couple steps backwards, but then she reached up to wrap her arms around my neck, and she was kissing me back. At some point, I pulled her into the apartment and locked the door behind her. This girl in my arms. Yes, of course I will. She smiled at me, bright and warm, and I pulled her in again for another kiss. Forever with her wouldn't be enough. I loved her. Let's go, lesbians, let's go! Yeah! Also, Hylu is like really pretty. I'm like a bit envious. Like, that's the type of aesthetic that I'm like aiming for, like offline. At least that's just you with black hair. I mean... I loved her so much. Youngshu, I love you. I love you too, Hylu. Not even death would keep me away from her again. That was good! We'll let this play out. Yes, good job, everyone. That was great. I'll have to revisit this in another stream to do the 11 route. Like, I really like this, honestly. Like, the writing of it was like really well timed. The drama of everything, the emotion of the characters. Perhaps it's a bit because of like, oh yeah, I can like kind of see myself in like both Failu and Yongshu. Of like, oh, it's like kind of really like relatable to me, I guess. But maybe Failu. Well, I don't know. I have this thing with me of like I did view myself as a pretty like kind of like useless person or like relying on others like hella. So everything of like how Youngshu's feelings of like relying on everyone for everything of like, yeah, she doesn't even like go out on her own. She needs everyone to do everything like for her. Like that feeling of like kind of uselessness like kind of hit home with me of like, oh, fuck me. Thanks for playing. But yes, very, very good. I will be leaving my review, my review and comments and stuff on the itch page, which by the way, will be right here. Honestly, like I feel like you guys could win for like cinematography. It was like really good. Or win for other things. I don't know. I'm not the judge. Thank you for playing. Really loved hearing your voices for the girls. Yeah, again, I will probably be trying to play this maybe after going through some more other like visual novels for the events. Like I really want to go through 11's route as well. I really liked your Youngshu voice. Thank you. But we need to change games. We have spent 4 hours on this. In which, worth it. I would not have cut it short. I could not cut it short. But yes, now we will go to Piers. The end is never the end. It's been 4 hours, yeah. And sadly, I only have roughly 3 hours. No. No, 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 no. I have 2 hours of stream left until I have to get ready for being on poison points. So there is a minor, minor chance of. And there's an ad right now, so I guess uh, I can set up things. Yes, I will set everything up while there's an ad. I won't say much else that is important. And now we need to swap games. We need to swap games. And we need to see if you have done the thing. Hello, are you back from ad? Very good. You got the category set up. So, as I was saying before the ad probably interrupted me, at least with like Pierre's game here probably being a bit shorter than that. um Hint, the end is never the end. Oh, interesting. Um at least with that, maybe I'll get time to at least get a little bit through shared beauty. I don't know. Uh that's I don't know if I'll get like all the way through everything, but we'll see. Oh, right, I need to swap. The end is never the end. Oh god, that is small. Press enter to continue. Oh, okay, so we'll go for full screen. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, hang on, give me a second. It auto full screened, and that messes up some of the capture. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now you can see this cool menu with like automated, or not automated, animated buttons and stuff. And honestly, I really love this like animation effect that you have going back. Okay. Continue. Bing bang bang. Loading. Loading what? Dear passengers, we are currently crossing the Great Bridge. 112 kilometers long. An architecture wonder of our nation. Yeah, I've been wanting to play this like since I saw like the thumbnails and everything in the store. I was like, I really like the style of this. Prepare your belongings for the descent. Remember to carry your city passport. Small streaming advice. This game has an intro and it can't be paused. Okay. To those who have been transferred must wait. Their respected managers at the end of the trip. We hope your trip has been pleasant. Union and freedom. Glory to the UF. Yeah, like, this is such a cool animation. The end is never the end. And thus the world spoke their first words. The essence of sadness lays in their inherent void of purpose. And yet we became surrounded by sadness. We found ourselves enveloped in sadness, and most of all, especially me, who felt the sadness all. Nah, that sounds lame. We only have one choice. It does. Excuse me? Hello, Sarah. Oh, it's you. How's it been? What are you doing? Pretty sure I asked something first. What are you doing? Huh, one of those days, huh? I'm writing something. But the words just won't flow. Probably has to do with this long-ass trip. It's making me nervous. What are you writing? Dialogue. Dialogue? Yes, dialogue. It's for a novel. It's supposed to be... I'm supposed to finish it before Halloween. What is this novel about? About how the actual status of society... Actually, do you have... Okay. Just checking, like, menu stuff. How about how everything is out of control? About the world? About me? I don't know, dude. Don't stress me with those kinds of questions. Escape for the menu? Or is it? Or can I not do it during that, or during this? What's up with the outfit? Sure. Ah, I see. Full screen on. I'm going to turn full screen off, maybe? Oh, no. No, I should probably just have it on. Okay. Hi. Save game. That's neat. Okay. That's really cool. The effect of, like, swapping between. It's Halloween, dude. I mean, sort of. In a few days it will be. Now I'm just going to a party. Sort of. Where are you going? To a party. That's an excuse. I know. You also know, so why even ask? Oh, did it? Okay. It probably didn't like me toggling that, but let's try swapping something. Hydration check, posture check, okay. Okay, there we go. Hey. Where are you going? To a party. The end is never the end. After visiting a place. What place? What place? My mom. My mom's house. Why go there? I need to. Find a way to open it. Open what? The box. Or this box. Enough with the questions. It's useless. We both know as much. Look. Where did I find this box? In her room. Where was this note? Next to the box? What's written on this note? Your mother's last words? Don't answer. I already know all that. We already know all that. I just want to know what she meant with this message. She had been carrying this little box since I can remember. since we lived in this house. So there must be something. A key, an answer, something. Why not just force it open? It won't be the same. Do you have hope? No. Do you believe in the future? I don't know. Did you realize that you're all alone? What? Kaboom. The city. It's... I can't breathe. Get a hold of yourself. Focus, focus, keep your mouth outside the dark. Hey. That's fun. Oh god. Are you good? Yes. I think I feel better. Wait. Why? Why hasn't the train stopped? Hey. Hey! The train is... empty. Not even a bag. Where is everybody? I know it's 8 p.m., but still. Hey. You're not involved in this somehow, are you? Thoughts. I don't want to point fingers, but these strange things happen whenever you show up. Just saying. Maybe we should wait over here. Everything will return to normal eventually. I guess. The train is still moving! True. This means that the driver has not yet disappeared, right? Huh. Does a train even function as a car? In terms of running, I mean. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Huh. How annoying. Whatever. Let's go find this driver. I can't really write with all this noise anyway. Then what? I don't know. But, oh, who cares? We're probably gonna wake up before we even find him. Like we always do. And if we don't, then I'm counting on you to wake me up. Okay. And thus, Sarah started her journey across the confines of this train. With each step, she beheld a sameness that transcended regularity, as though the train itself were a masterpiece of meticulous craftsmanship. The same space between each chair, the same space between each light. Or was it the same space between each edge of darkness? It didn't matter though. All she had to do was reach for the end. But oh, so little did Sarah know that the end was indeed the end, and that behind her was her beginning. And at the beginning, there was me. Hi. And there was no escape from the madness. Or from this madness, rather. None at all. Seriously? What? We must make the most of our time. Especially if I plan to become a writer in the future. That's also helps me to concentrate. You don't believe in that. So what? Also to make the most of what little time we have left. Whether it's 50, 30, or 5 years. What about your friends and family? What? Are you listening? It's not like I'm depressed or something. I'm just... forget it. This train is longer than it looks on the outside, huh? Where's the box? I have it with me here. See? Same with the note. This train may be infinite. Maybe. It looks infinite. Like a side-scroller game. Ah, meta. I mean, this is a dream after all. So, everything is possible, I guess. This feels oddly real to be a dream, though. I want to eat something. Oh my god, same. I want to eat something. It'd be nice if Aunt Louie still lived on that house. I really liked her stew. What happened to her? Oh? Aunt Louie? She tried to take care of my mom after that. As long as she could. But I guess one day, she just got overwhelmed and returned to the city. I can't blame her. Who wouldn't? There was this one time when my mom forgot the name of our cat. Migri. And confused my sister's name fit for a whole month. Then one day the cat got lost. And one of our neighbors was like, "Oh, ma'am, you won't believe it. Migri got lost, and I saw him run into the forest." You should have seen my mom's face. I wish I'd seen it. Yeah. We weren't there, sadly. My sister told us that story. She did in a less humorous tone anyway. Wait. Look. A door. We are in a train after all. No, I mean, an actual door. That's not supposed to be here. 712. This is a door that connects both wagons, isn't it? Why does it look like this? It looks fine to me. Seriously? Of all places to be a wooden door, you believe this one? Oh, right. A dream. I keep forgetting. Maybe this door leads us to wake up? But how does one awaken from a nightmare? Who, behind us? When the nightmare is all we know. I tried to turn around, terrified to see who that voice belonged to. And I can hear my thoughts once again. I just described in my head how I turned around, but that thought is something from the past, or is that the present? Am I thinking so fast that everything seems to move in slow motion? What point in this timeline does this thought belong to? And why am I the only one now aware of its existence? Something strange is happening here. I need to wake up soon. I need to figure out what's going on. But I had already finished turning around. What? You... does this count as... not dark? Oh god. The train is morphing once again, and time ceases with it. You... Who are you? In the shadows of her past lays the inception of her existence, and within the genesis I emerged. And I will always emerge. I am. The reminiscence? And I will claim everything. As that is your desire. What do you want? Stop talking me through that. Leave me alone. I said, stop talking to me through that. Sarah, look at me. Look at me in the eyes. Oh god, stop this perpetual lie. Why push forward when you can succumb to everything right here, right now? Oh no, oh no. Embrace. No, No. No. Everything. Everyone. You can't all go to hell as if I care. But, I will keep on living for me. No one. No one but for me. That's the lie you've been casting upon yourself this whole time. Pathetic. It's not a lie. Even if it, was not. Where has that led you? Back to me. No. No! You keep appearing. Because you want to ruin me. But I won't. I won't let you. As long as I live like this, I can keep on fighting. Oh, Sarah. Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. You're so naive. What? Recall. Boop, boop, boop. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot. My name. Sarah. My name is Sarah. I'm on my last year of high school. I'm not gonna lie. It's kinda scary. Adulthood, university, work. There's so much to do, and so little time to do it all. Me. This line. It feels as if life is an avalanche, and I'm standing at the distance looking at it, approaching, but I'm not scared. I'll give it my best. This part has like 2 typos. Oh. I'll give it my best. I will try my best. I have a dream, and I'm gonna achieve it. Mommy. How old am I now? 10? Can I change my name? No, I'm just kidding. I like Sarah. That's different. My name is Sarah. My name is... What if we do this one though? Sarah. That's my name. Isn't it? Then why does this memory say something different? I don't understand. Mommy, can I eat cake? My name is Sarah. At least that's what this letter says. I got accepted. I'm officially a university student. It's not all that great though. Okay, let me take a sip of water first. Hi, Twink Twink. My campus is just between a zone of conflict. Welp, at least news says everything should cease within these months. I really hope so. I don't want to miss any classes. Maybe. Just a few. As I held the little dog between my thin arms, I realized that I couldn't see. I believed I was crying. Why? Who would do this? I wiped my eyes with my hands while still holding the dog. I did my best to pull him out of the road. As little as he was also quite heavy. Isn't it better? Without all the noise. At least here, you'll have some peace. I said something like that. But maybe these words weren't for him. I think. Those words, I spoke to them to myself. The dog isn't breathing anymore. I was crying. I remember it clearly. I remember the smell of the ashes, the heat of the fire, and even among all the people screaming at each other, even among all the people running and fighting, all I could thought was, I hate them. I hate them all. From now on, I'll live for no one but myself. From now on, I exist for me. Only for me. Because this world is rotten. I love you, Lucy. Be careful on the way home. Avoid the main avenue, it's full of barricades, they said so on TV. She confused me with my sister again. My mom. This is the 7th time she's called today. She has said exactly the same all 7 times. She's starting to forget again. Am I forgetting something? There was a door. I had to go through a door. I was in a train? This one will be called The Essence of Sadness. Dear passengers, the train will begin its departure in 15 minutes. Crap! I can think of a title later. I grabbed all my pages and piled them up as best as I could. My mom's box was on top of everything, and so was that piece of paper lying next to it. The end is never the end. We can... Why did you write this, Mom? What are you hiding inside this box? Deep down? I know what I want it to be. I want to believe that what's hiding inside this box is that you remember me. Ooh. Is that you still love me. I know you did. But after all that's happened, I need something. Just a few last words. Anything that can help me believe in myself once more. Because I'm not as strong as I thought I was. I try to live by myself, despite how ruined society is. But my will is trembling right now. So please, let it be that. Tell me that the box has your final message. Even something as lame as, you should not give up. Not even in the end. I'll take anything. Just give me something. From the last person on Earth who I believed in. Give me one last push, please. Despite the pain of each stride, I can no longer feel the soles of my feet touching the floor. As if I was levitating, and the once comforting, steady stream of light filtering through the windows of this train had now transformed into the disconcerting uncertainty, casting doubt upon the proximity of the next doorway. I am running. How long have I been running? Am I chasing someone? Or am I being chased? I must keep running. What's my last memory? My last reminiscence? A door. Then that shadow. Is he chasing me? Probably. This is turning out to be too scary. I want to wake up. I need to wake up. Hey, what should I do? Are you there? Doesn't seem like you are. Pain is getting worse. Thinking about the pain makes it worse. And so, out of the corner of my eye, I catch a shimmering coming through one of the windows. I barely have a few seconds, an instant to witness, but it all feels like an eternity. Those are stones. My stones. It's funny. I forgot about that. When I was little, I liked to collect them, especially those with fuchsia color tone. I usually found them by the beach. Did I live near the sea too? I don't remember. It feels as if right now, I can remember everything. I can remember the soft touch of my mom, resting her hand on my cheek for the first time. I can remember my first laugh, the first time I cried, and the first time I loved. But at the same time, I can't remember anything. Not a single thing. know who I am, but I don't remember who I was. Okay, well, I'm gonna keep going on this Sarah, but I feel like this would lead me down like something else maybe, or I don't know. I am, right? I'm Sarah, right? I must be Sarah. Otherwise, I'm no one. Hey, you're back. I'm glad. Door? A more normal looking one. Indeed. I should open it, right? Okay. Here goes nothing. We are here! I am here. And there's no one. I expect as much, to be honest. What should we do? Check the control panel. Yeah, I guess so. Let's do that. Why are there no labels? Are the drivers supposed to memorize all of this? Huh. Why does a train need to have a steering wheel? Why are we looking here again? We need to stop the train! Oh, right. Do we really have to? Yes? I mean, what good has it done us to try and do something? We could just sit here and wait. Someone will eventually wake me up. Listen to the voices in your brain, aka me clicking. Really? Oh, come on. I don't even know how to stop this thing. Besides, I'm tired of everything. Nothing will work out in the end. So why even bother? Stop whining and do something. No. You stop. I know you're supposed to tell me everything I think, but... Okay. Where's the dark? Wait, something's wrong. Stop. No, I really mean it. Like, really. Something is wrong. Weird. Okay. We gotta stop the train. There is no way to stop it. Huh? Neither can I. A voice I had just met, but I felt as if I had heard it all my life. I quickly turn around and shout, "Get away from me! Get away!" The reminiscence calls upon your name. It whispers your life. It whispers, "Liar." But I am a liar myself, because I can actually stop this train. Is that not what you crave for? Why? Perhaps we can make a deal. But first, let's actually stop this train and recall. Choo-choo! Oh. And that's the story of how Sarah died. Pause. Another reminiscence? No, a memory. After a series of tests and evaluations, we have confirmed that your mother has Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's is a progressive neurolog. I know, I said. I understand that this news is, I understand that this news is difficult to hear. This is a condition that worsens over time. Memory loss, confusion, mood swings, among others. And what should I do? I asked. while there's no cure for it, there are medications and therapies that can slow down its progression. And we understand this diagnosis. There's already a lot to process. Alzheimer's disease can have a genetic component attached to it. It can't. Which means there's a possibility that it can be inherited. It won't. While having a family member with this disease increases the risk, it doesn't guarantee that you or your siblings will develop this. Stop. Stop it. I don't have it. I'll never have it. I don't want to talk about this because it won't happen to me. It won't happen. It won't. Right, Mom? Mom? Ooh, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Good night. I'm Doctor. I wish I had better news to share with you. I'm truly sorry to inform you that despite our best efforts, we were unable to save her. I'd barely finished sweeping her room until I saw that box again on her bedside table. Why would she get angry at me if I tried to grab it? She didn't even remember me by then. I approached with the intention of opening it and see what was inside. Mere curiosity. Then I saw it. The end is never the end. We can, what? We can always? We can arrive? I closed the door of her room behind me. I left the broom by its side and brought the box to my room. I need to wake up. I must wake up. Now. Quick, 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 quick. I like this effect. I can see it. My glasses. Wakey wakey! Where am I? Train. It crashed. My head, my thoughts. I feel as if they're flowing better than ever. As if everything I observed didn't make sense. As if everything I heard lost its purpose as soon as it entered my ears. As if I had been in a never-ending dream. Funny. My glasses are on the floor. I can see better than ever. I feel more awake than ever. So, I used all my strength to bring my arms closer to my body. And with that, and with what little I had left, I got to my feet. And the scene I could witness, even without my glasses, was beautiful. I guess he got what he wanted, didn't he? Am I really too late? I feel so tired, but I don't want to go to sleep. I know what will happen if I do. And you also know, don't you, Mom? Please talk to me. Mom, please? I had to notice. Of the broken glass in my shins. I barely had the strength to stay on my feet. I fell to the floor all at once, and I cried. Mom, why? Why did he forget me? Am I gonna forget everyone too? Everything? Please. Don't do it. Don't make me do it. Please. Say something. I tried to wipe the tears away from my palms, but it was useless. Tears wouldn't stop flowing. My hands were already dirty. I was now smearing my face with dirt and blood. Maybe it was the pain. Maybe it was my blindness. But as I made my best effort to clean myself up, I finally noticed the papers swirling around. A pile of papers spun like a tornado, covering the entire area, and the papers kept spilling out, piece by piece, from the box, which lays on the floor of its broken lock. For a moment, my heartbeat quickened, like the rush you feel when the elevator reaches its destination, which feels like it lasts forever, but only really lasts a minute. What's the point now? The tears had stopped. Even if it was your final message, it won't work now. It's the end. Dragging one leg, I managed to walk over to my glasses. And I'm not lying when I say that bending down to pick them up was more painful than the walk itself. There goes the last of you. No. I put my glasses on. I look at the box. It's wide open. Let's at least try and save some of what's left of you. Clumsily and hastily, I attempt to grab all the papers that come near me. It's useless. There are too many, and even though I catch 2 or 3, when I grab the 4th, another 2 slip from my hand and fly away. That's when you use the box as a paperweight. The urge to cry has returned. I'll try and put them in one by one. I take the box to store the first one of all. I can still hear him laughing in the background. Maybe this doesn't make sense. Maybe he's laughing at me. Does he even care that I'm still here? He probably doesn't. I don't either. But if I don't, then why am I crying again? My tears were falling onto the box. The few papers that were still inside got wet. That only made me cry more. Moving my face away from the opening, I tried to wipe the tears away with my fingers. My fingers ran across the paper from one end to another, and I could feel the dirt rearrange itself on my fingertips. But even so, I felt something that didn't match the smoothness of the paper. Things that were too large to just be dirt. Those are stones. Small pebbles with a faint pinkish tone. They're arranged as if they formed a false bottom between the bottom of the box and the papers from before. And at the very bottom, there was a piece of paper. It had clearly been torn from somewhere, but it was too small to even contain a sentence. I took it with both hands, with the utmost care I could have ever had in my life, but with enough pressure from both to read what it said. I placed that piece inside my fist, and with the hand I had left free, I reached for the back pocket of my pants, afraid that in the chaos it might have been sent flying, and as soon as I slid my hand over the fabric, I felt the crumpled sheet. It was still there. I pulled it out, opened my fist once again, and joined both pieces. Just a single word. That's all it has. And yet, this is me. End is never the end. We can something. Zara. I wrote this. I wrote this. I wrote this? Why? Why is it here? Why can't I remember? Mom, you remember me? You're trying to remember all this time, even though you didn't understand. Even if nothing made sense, you still tried to remember, and I'm not even trying to. All those years, I was afraid you'd forget who I am, but the one who was forgetting was me. I could collapse at any second, in fact. I know this is the last time I'll manage to stand up, but I must do it. I don't care if it'll cost me my life. I'll never stop standing again. The young girl who wanted to change the world. The girl who wanted that more than anything else in the world. A better place for everyone. For humanity. For my sister. For myself. And for you, Mom. Wait, why are the glasses over there if we have the broken glasses? What? I'll never forget. Not ever again. It's not the end. Because the end is never the end. And the end, it never is the end. I wrote that. Those are my words. Because they were back then. They still are now. Do you hear me, Reminiscence? The end is never the end. You're not the end. I am. I'm the only one who defines where everything ends. I got carried away. Am I making a scene? Oh, she dropped them? Okay. Who cares? Watch me make one. Who are you? I am me. No one else. There's no one else who I'd want to be right now but me. There's no one else I would want to remember more than me. After. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that you don't forget. I know. Thank you, Mom. That's the reminiscence of a train. That would be a good title. The mug. In memory of H. Good job. Now, are you a solo dev? Like, you made everything here? Yeah, good job then. Like, that's a lot for like a solo dev. And like especially with the like the kind of like mini game ish like system of it, of like, oh yeah, like move your mouse and stuff. Um yeah, that's a lot of putting everything together. Stuff like 3 to 5 hours for a whole month. Oh man. I can feel. Quick the cup. Oh my god. Meow. Meow. Amazing. Alright, this is just that. But yeah, this is like really nicely like put together. Um I feel like I was actually like, I don't know if you can like really hear it in my voice, but like reading over some of like the Alzheimer's stuff like actually gets to me a little bit, because I do have like some family members that are like, I think I think either have like Alzheimer's or like starting to like develop it or like get dementia and stuff like that. So like that's kind of like hard to go through. Yeah, but but I really enjoyed it. I don't know. Do you have other like endings in this? Or like other routes? I actually don't remember reading through the if you had like features or something that said there are two major endings. Okay, I might try and go through it off stream then to try and get the other ending then. But yeah, very very good work. Your effort is not in vain. Depending on your decisions in the minigame through the whole game. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, claps all around. Please check it out. The game is built so you just feel fulfilled with one ending, so don't worry. Okay. So yes, please check out, please support the game. Of course I'll be giving my comments and stuff. I usually try and give comments like after I've played through like all like the major routes that I can. But yeah, I really enjoy this. I really enjoy your style, honestly. Like some of the cutscenes kind of remind me of watching some of the Flash animations in Homestuck, if I'm allowed to reference this. Like watching the train blow up and stuff reminds me. You got the good ending. If you want the bad one, lose every minigame. Okay, I will keep that in mind. Oh, I love Homestuck. I never finished going through Homestuck, but I got through like a lot of it. But yes, thank you. Thank you for letting me play your game. I will play more of it and then give my comments and review. Um right. Okay, so we have roughly an hour. So I will get the next one up. Shared beauty. So shared beauty is made by a developer that's if whoever is watching um knows of our friend Galaxy Jamwich, our friend Jammy, who was also the logo graphic designer for us for Red Zero. Jammy actually played through one of their other games last Halloween. Parasite in Love, I believe. Um And I feel like Shammy's like interacted with the dev before, but like when I saw the dev in like dev talk, I was like, oh, I recognize your name. I need to adjust something real quick. Okay, yeah. Where is my game folder? There it is. So we're playing Shared Beauty, which is by the same game. No, not by the same game, by the same dev as Parasite in Love. Shared Beauty is a dark fairy tale about jealousy, friendships, loss, and aging, set in a fictional medieval German village. And you can already hear it. Now, where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. There we go. And I will check to make sure. Do you have a stream category? Shared Beauty. No. No, they do not. So, games and demos it is. Okay. Have gallery preferences. Ooh. About. Yes, also using the Easy RenPy GUI. That is also what we use for Red Zero because I cannot be bothered to learn GUI from scratch within the month. It's just, I don't know if we've mentioned, but Red Zero is only our second ever, like, visual novel with RenPy. So, I had to learn a lot of things and programming in order to make it. But anyways. Alright, let's go. Easy RenPy GUI is better than the default? Yeah. Well, I saw it yesterday when the VA streamed it. Yeah, Nando! Soft hazy sunshine envelops the village you grew up in. Wait, actually, let me make sure. Can comment a lot because I was on my phone. That's fair. You can make out dewdrops on the grass, glittering around you as you sit outside from your little sister, August. It's a misty early morning. August blows into her hands, trying to warm them up before she rejoins you, intending to the bucket of laundry. Hey, Scarred. My hands hurt. I know, the water's cold. But we can't always boil it. We need to save the wood, understand? Oh, so happy that I'm catching this one. Welcome back, October! She pouts, but mumbles a yes and continues. Your eyes wander until you see another steam about to snap on her. Or, oh my god, that doesn't say steam, that says seam. You see another seam about to snap on her clothes. It's only been a few weeks since you and your mother have mended them last. You bite your lip and look away. You wish you could provide more for August, but the last harvest wasn't good, making the village and your family poor. Yes, Steam, the famous PC platform that a lot of devs were talking about this morning of like, yes, the merits of releasing your visual novel on Steam versus just itch. I consider myself a Steamstress. important people only come every once in a while to collect taxes. Otherwise, you and your people are on your own. Even the witch has left this place. You hear footsteps and look up. It's Mildred. You often hang out with each other. Guys, have you heard? A noble is coming. He sent his harbinger ahead to arrange his lodging, and there's an ad, so I will wait. And I will drink water. Welcome back from the ad. Guys, have you heard? A noble is coming. He sent his harbinger ahead to arrange his lodgings. What? To our village? But we're so far out. He's passing through. I hope he buys some of our wares. Millie, you have to be realistic, especially with nobles. They're not really the sharing type, are they? Oh, come on. You and your pessimism. It's not like we have anything else to look forward to, and they at least have to stock up on food and water. That's true. I just wish people like him would care more about us. As you try and warm your hands, you hear chatter and laughter growing louder. It's Feralda and her friends. Even after these years of knowing her, you're still in awe of her beauty. Once they're out of earshot, Mildred sighs. I'm so jealous of her. Must be nice having those good looks. But I do have an admirer of my own, you know. Before you could ask her to tell you more, another woman traipses across the grass to join you. It's Siglin, looking as confident and reliable as always. Admiring Faralda again? Ugh. She may have a pretty face, but don't you think she's a little slow on the uptake? Siglin grins and Mildred politely laughs. Stay silent, that's mean. You avoid Siglin's eyes. Don't you agree too, Ishgard? You shrug your shoulders. She gave me a cookie yesterday. I don't like what you're saying. The other two apologize half-heartedly. Trying to salvage the moon, Mildred claps her hands. Okay, gotta go. Stayed awake too late to see you play the end, but now gotta sleep. Hope you enjoyed this one too. It's pretty good. Take care. Okay, have a good night. Thank you for sticking around and watching me play through your VN. Good job once again. So about the noble. Do you guys have anything you want to sell to him? I'm not sure. I don't think he needs a woven basket from us. We also don't have the sorts of things that a noble might like. I think your carved wooden figures look awesome, Isgard. Thank you, August. You pat her head and smile. She beams back at you. By the way, I also heard that the noble is still single. Siglin snorts. Oh, come on. You looking to try and, you looking to try climbing into his bed? You smack Siglin's leg. August is still here. Siglin shrugs and rolls her eyes. You look back down at August. How about you leave the washing to me, and you go help out Mother in the house? Okay. She closes the door behind her and you sigh. Well, Siglin, now you're free to be your vulgar self. She snickers and looks over Mildred from head to toe. Mildred frowns and starts to cover herself with her arms. Well, I guess you could try for nights and see if his conscience would make him stay with you. Mildred slaps Siglin's back 3 times. You are disgusting. Ever since you got married, you have been so bold about these topics. She finishes the last sentence with another slap. Siglin just laughs and takes the blow in stride. Anyway, what I originally wanted to say is... She bends down a little and starts to whisper. What about showing off Farlarda... or... Faralda? For... Oh my god, the, like, R and L sounds are killing me. Faralda to him. Siglin and you look at each other, then slowly turn to Mildred. You mean his potential wife? Look, we need to do something to survive so our village can survive. Ferelda is not married yet. She's our best bet to get someone wealthier interested in our village. I heard that nobles really care about treating their in-laws right. Helping out a village of commoners would be nothing to them. You all stay silent for a few seconds, then Siglin furrows her brow and starts to scratch her chin. Do you guys remember the witch? Yes, of course. She's been gone for a while, hasn't she? Yeah, I'm actually Galad. You never know when a priest will finally want to come visit us. Anyways, every time I went to buy medicine from her, it felt like her face has changed. In what way? Sometimes she had more wrinkles, sometimes she had less. She seemed more youthful before she left, actually. And her eyes seemed even prettier. I'm guessing she might have had a spell to become more beautiful. Why don't we try for ourselves then? Look at the foundations we have. You think you could beat someone like Ferelda just by making your base look prettier? Mildred looks clearly hurt, but you don't say anything back. Your cheeks burn as your fingers curl around the fabric of your skirt. Well, there's also something else to consider. There might be some risks to the spell, but one little setback for Ferelda won't hurt much, right? You look at Siglin with confusion. Don't think too hard about it. I'm just saying it's worth a try. I guess. Look, if you really want to make sure Ferelda gets picked, then we should use magic to help. We could look in the witch's old cabin, find something that works. But we're not witches. What if the spell really does go wrong? Siglin shrugs her shoulders. People like Ferelda can take that. She doesn't even wait for a reply before she just changes the topic. Mildred adjusts to Siglin's whims, as always. You look back towards the door of your home. You think about August's clothing, about the fear you all fear whenever someone gets sick. How many times have you prayed for things to get better? Then you remember Ferelda's smile. She smiles so often, even living here. She must get so many compliments every day. Dev, if you watch this, you might need to put a space before this line continues, so then the period and the S is separated. So many men stare at her when she walks by, leaving everyone else, leaving you unnoticed. You need your skirt with your fists. Yeah, Ferelda can take the risk. She has it a lot better than a lot of you. She could try and help out for once. You try to not think about how a commoner might be treated when marrying into a noble family, or how the noble themselves might treat their spouse. It'd be a good deal for her, right? She would like the idea too, right? What exactly do you know about her? You're not that close. Is it okay that, like, my hat is, like, slightly blocking some of the text here? Like, I'm reading everything out loud. So, I thought, like, it's fine probably, right? Not anymore. With mixed feelings, you go to bed early that day. The next day. Someone is knocking on your door. It's Feralda. Feralda, hello, it's been a while since you've last spoken to each other one-on-one. Hi, sorry, are you alright? What's going on? It's, Ermina. She's been coughing so much, and it just won't get better. And today, she even started having a fever. She only has her father left. Do you have any medicine for this? You shake your head. Feralda covers her face with her hands. Oh no. Rory asked everyone on their way here, and they all said the same. It's so frustrating. We have no priest here, and even the witch has left us. What are we supposed to do? You pat her back and bring her a cup of water to calm her. This might actually be the perfect moment. Actually, do you want to go to the witch's cabin with me? Feralda looks at you in confusion. But she's not there anymore. Suddenly, you're getting cold feet. How are you going to convince her to undergo a spell you've never tried before? You don't even know if it exists. Is this the game with the crazy stir page? Sort of, I guess? I don't know if you consider this crazy. I can understand how they did everything on their star page. Okay. You just open your mouth to take your words when Siglin appears in the doorway. Excuse me, do you have some milk? My little boy got sick and I want to make some milk tea for... She pauses, staring at Feralda for a moment, then she looks to you. I didn't know Feralda liked to visit you. Oh, now playing is still in the previous game? Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I thought it's saved. Right. The little caption thing. Okay, right. Shared beauty. There we go. Ah. There we go. Okay. I didn't know that Feralda liked to visit you. Siglin, do you have medicine for coughing and fevers? Not anymore, sweetie. Was that what you were talking about? Siglin's sharp gaze on you makes you feel small and anxious. For some reason, Ishgard asked me if I want to go to the witch's cabin. Siglin's eyes widen for a moment. You notice that she's trying to suppress the grin that's forming on her lips. Well, maybe we can find some medicine there. We can only hope the witch has left something behind. A beautiful smile finally returns to Feralda's face as she turns back to you. Oh, that's why you asked. She takes your hand in hers. Guilt stabs you in your chest as you see her warm and genuine smile. Let's go, Ishgard. This reminds you of her younger self. She used to pull you along, just like she is now, to play outside. You were both so carefree back then. How does Feralda feel about the time after all these years? Is she sad you distance yourself from her? Does she know it's because you're jealous of her? It is time to save! Ah! let's not waste any time. I agree. Amina needs medicine as soon as possible. So is my boy. Let's go. It'd be awkward to bring it up now, right? Feralda lets go of your hand, bringing you back to the present, and walks ahead of you. Siglin comes closer and whispers into your ear. You probably thought of the spell before the medicine, right? Not that I blame you. We can try and convince her there. Let's get Mildred too. You look at the ground and follow Siglin. On your way back, you knock on Mildred's door to convince her to join you. It's very easily done. You don't even have to say much after she sees Feralda. Unaware of the question the three of you would soon ask, Feralda walks with light feet into the forest. A stick snaps under your shoes as you wander along a pathway between the trees. Almost no sunlight filters through, the canopy is too dense. Typical of the region you live in, foggy days make it even harder to find your way. Thankfully, it's clear today. After a bend in the path, you catch sight of the witch's cabin. Half hidden between branches and bushes, the eerie wooden house looms over you. None of the villagers, even the older ones, can remember when the witch first appeared. None of the villagers, I already read that one. She was just there one day, along with her cabin. No one really trusted her, but no doctor from the city visited the village, and her medicine was certainly useful in their absence. The village grew to begrudgingly accept her in time, but then she disappeared without a word, leaving this cabin to be claimed by the forest. The old wooden door squeaks as you open it. The house interior is unchanged, despite the witch having been gone for months. There is no dust to be seen. By all accounts, it looks like someone just left for a walk. Seeing this unnerves you a little, but you force yourself to step further inside. The four of you look carefully through the shelves and chests for clues. You decide to gather all the glass vials and bottles. Any idea of what all these do? Not really. Maybe one of these books can tell us? You guys can read? My uncle used to teach me before he left the village to become a priest. Does he ever send you money? Priests must have it a little better than us, no? My father doesn't seem to be getting along with him anymore. That's sad. What a pity. Anyway, I guess we'll gather some books then. A lot of the books that you find are written in various languages you can't read. Nonetheless, you admire the craftsmanship behind each book, running your fingers over the pages. Then, Feralda finds one you can read. What does it say, Scar? Charms and spells for the late Walpurga. You all gather closer on the table, which the books lays. With the utmost curiosity, you start to flick through its contents. The first page has a dedication to Walpurga. Your enemies are no more. In the pages beyond, there are spells to find lost objects, give others nightmares, or even make them fall in love. After much searching, you finally find it. The spell of youth and beauty. It instructs you to kill a dove and use its blood to purify a small shrine. The receiver of the spell should put their right hand on the shrine, and the others should cut their thumbs. I need to take a drink of water. Then put their wounds to the receiver's lips so they can drink their blood. Afterwards, the wounded participants should hold hands in a circle around the receiver and chant together. Geben Tugand Afur Selbotskoni Ein Shonen with das in allen London like Shoners Motsin. I really hope that our our friend Knight doesn't come in and watch this because she's going to criticize the fuck out of me. Knight is German and I cannot like actually like pronounce or like speak German or anything. Now the question remains of how you convince Feralda to take part in this. And? So I haven't exactly found a list of all the potions she made, but you take a deep breath and look to Feralda. I actually have another reason to invite you to the cabin. Feralda looks confused. Feralda, you, like all of us, suffer from the lack of resources we have in the village. You have a kind heart, so it hurts you even more that you can't get medicine for people like your poor sick friend, Irmina. But you are beautiful, Ferelda. You always have been. You might have a chance with the noble who is coming soon. And with the noble's favor, you can even make life better for Irina and everyone. She doesn't need the, like, beauty spell, though. Like, use the fucking love spell on her. Or on the noble. Ferelda only looks down and sighs. I'm not sure. In the end, I'm also just a peasant. What about, but what does that have to do with this cabin? Be proactive. Let's explain. Siglin said that just before the witch left, she suddenly looked younger and more beautiful. But she didn't completely change. It was just like she had improved on what was already there. We want to come here to see if she had left anything behind, a potion or a spell, which she had used to beautify herself. And I think I found it in this book. Siglin looks satisfied. Siglin then puts her arm around Feralda's shoulders. If the witch uses the spell herself, it must be safe for us, for you to try. With her magic and your beauty, any noble would surely fall for you. But please, Feralda, our hopes rest upon you. As his wife, you could ask for anything from him. For food, clothes, medicine, all that we've gone without for so long and more. Maybe even a priest? You would help everyone. Feralda takes a deep breath and then looks at you with conviction. Alright. I'd rather do something than nothing. You avoid meeting her intense gaze. Now, tell us what we have to do, Ishgard. You repeat what you've read to them. A dove? We'd have to go back to the village and see if anyone has caught one. Feralda looks around the cluttered cabin, then disappears into another room without a word. Much to everyone's surprise, she comes back with a dead dove. Seems like the witch liked to keep stock of the ingredients she needed for her spells. It's curious that the dove doesn't show any signs of rotting. If there's still magic in this cabin, keeping the witch's is there still magic in this cabin, keeping the witch's ingredients fresh? I hope it doesn't have to be freshly killed. After taking a small knife from the table, you prepare the shrine, and the three of you position yourselves around Feralda. You flinch when you have to cut yourself, and you put your thumb on her lips. It is clear she's uncomfortable, but she bravely continues and takes a sip. After she takes a drop of blood from each of you, you start to chant. The room shakes slightly. A breeze plays with Feralda's hair, and for a second, You think you see flower patterns growing in her eyes. Whispers fly past your ears, and then, in complete silence, you wait for a few more seconds before you feel safe enough to move. Did it work? Well, something just responded. Fralda looks at her hands and then stands up. Do I look any different? Like, she was already pretty to begin with. Like, this is a useless fucking spell. Okay, Ellie, I didn't know that you cameoed in one of these games. She has, like, more reddish hair than I do. Also, her hair is longer. My hair doesn't go that long. Just, sure. Not sure. Maybe it takes time to show? Siglin looks frustrated and turns away from Veralda. I hope that's the case. With a slight feeling of hope, you start to look through more books to identify the potions. 2 are meant to treat coughs at least. Siglin and Veralda take 1 each before you return home. Riddled with anxiety, you take a long time to fall asleep. For the next few days, you, Siglin, and Mildred observe Veralda in minute detail? I feel like that makes more sense than minute detail, right? Her hair has become much more vibrant. Her skin has lost all trace of dryness or the small scars she's gained from all the work she does. The men turn around even more when Feralda walks past them. Soon, the 4 of you gather in the corner of the village where almost no one goes to talk about the plan. We were successful, Feralda. I think so too. So, okay. What do you even talk about with a noble? I'm gonna teach you some interesting topics, don't worry. When is he arriving again, Mildred? In 3 days, I think. That means we can try and befriend the maids working for him in advance. Siglin puts her hands on her hips. I say we prepare some good food to win them over. Sounds like a plan. You say your goodbyes and return home. A few days later, the whole village watches as the noble and his entourage arrive. He steps down from his strong white horse to survey his surroundings. The village elders immediately surround him. Ah, Honorable Odin, you grace us with your presence. Oh good, we at least get to see him. I was gonna be like, is everyone a silhouetted figure except for Alda? Odin puts his hand up to stop the elders from speaking. He sighs. We can skip the formalities. Where's my harbinger? The harbinger steps forward and bows. I'm here. Is there any hope for some fitting lodging? His vassal shakes his head. So another night in the tent. Elder, do you have a large field we can use? The elders look at each other. Siglin steps forward before they can reply. There's a lot of space next to our house, Honorable Odin. The noble fixes her with an icy, indifferent stare. She immediately bows her head. I did not give you permission to speak, but I suppose it's no matter. I'm in a permissive mood today. Men, prepare the tents, and follow the woman to the site. His entourage follows Siglin as she begins to make her way to the field. She glances at you, urging you to join in. So you, Mildred, and Feralda walk alongside her. You all start to whisper. Siglin, are you out of your mind? You know how easily a noble can punish us. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, my dear. We are trying to get him to marry a peasant. You reach the field, and Odin's men immediately start building the tents and sleeping places for themselves. A carriage brings up the rear with rich furnishings to be placed inside Odin's tent. The men look well trained and carry leather armor, bows, and swords. It makes you feel anxious to see so many armed men in your village. They'll be busy for a while, so let's come back later when they're done. A few hours later. Do you think my current appearance is enough? You have put all your best skills to use to dress up for Alda. She would definitely outshine everyone in a normal village festival, but the noble's taste is unknown to you. Feralda, it's gonna be okay. Trust our judgment. You take a deep breath and approach the maids nearby. Can we help you with anything? The maids look up in surprise. Oh, we would be very happy about that. As you can imagine, we need plenty of water and food. You look at your friends with a smile. We've heard from the Harbinger that you would arrive and prepared some things beforehand. The maids are immediately in a merry mood. A lot of bread, water, and diluted wine is brought by the other villagers and wheeled into the encampment. You look bitterly at the bounty of food. You know that your village will only be eating one meal a day for the next week, just so you can supply the noble and his entourage. The more elaborate dishes are brought to a table in front of the big tent. We're told the noble's oh my god, you are told the noble's taste tester is there. Is that the one who has to test the food for poison? Even out here? Siglin shrugs. I guess you never know where your enemies hide when you gain power. Siglin looks at you and Feralda. I think Feralda would be too nervous to speak if she went alone. Isgard, ask if you're allowed to bring one of our pies to him. You nod in response. Your head starts to beat very loudly. You pray that the noble is still in good mood. Hesitantly stepping forward, you approach the table with Feralda in tow. The taste tester looks at you in utter annoyance. What do you want? We would like to bring one of our best pies to the Honorable Alden. Especially our dear Feralda. She admires him. Feralda nervously fiddles with her hands. Taste tester scans her from head to toe. I see. Well, I guess having something to look at should be alright by him. He calls for one of the men, a knight who looks to be in charge of the others. Good day to you both. I am the captain here in service of the Honorable Odin. If you want to get closer to him, you'll have to go under inspection. If you're not willing, I suggest you leave. You nudge Feralda. She now looks at the captain, whose eyes widen slightly as they assess her. We are quite alright with it, thank you. Yes. I think his lordship would be pleased as well. He searches both of you, and as uncomfortable as it is, his hand never stays in one place too long. You and Feralda exchange a glance, and she relaxes slightly. I'm done. Wait a moment, and I will ask if he wishes for this pie and your company. He disappears into the noble's tent and soon returns. He's fine with this. Taste tester, as you will. The taste tester slowly sits down, sighs heavily, and takes a bite. It's quite delicious. Neither of them move. You can't help but stiffen in place. Anything strange? No, they're clear. With that, you're guided to Odin's tent. Odin sits comfortably on his bed. He doesn't turn his head to try and meet your eyes. You can leave the pie on the table. You set the pie down while you give Feralda a soft nudge, urging her to step forward. She waits silently in front of him. After what feels like an eternity, Odin finally deigns to look at her. Briefly in annoyance before shock overtakes him. The noble is entranced within a few moments. What is your name? Feralda. How old? 22. He slowly rises from his bed, circles around her, and then sits at the table in front of her. Would it be alright, Ferelda, if you grant me your company while I eat? I'm going to save here because I actually don't know what would be a good answer. We are going to leave. Ferelda nods, and you slowly leave the tent. As soon as the tent flap closes behind you, a wave of guilt stabs you like a hot needle. The significance of leaving an unmarried woman alone with a powerful man does not escape you. You wish you had found a way to stay by her side, but like a rat, you rush away. You wait anxiously for hours in your home with Mildred and Siglin discussing the day's events. Finally, as the daylight begins to fade, Ferelda returns. She looks happy and sports a slight blush on her cheeks. Well, well, well. Looks like we have half a pair of lovebirds here. Ferelda sputters and shyly looks away. Mildred cautiously clears her throat. He wasn't rough with you, I hope? No, he was really quite patient and kind. He explained why he's traveling through here and asked how my life is in the village. He smiled a lot when we were talking. I like that animation with the pat on the back. Siglin laughs loudly and slaps Ferelda's back. I knew you could do it. Look how you tamed that big old noble with that cute face of yours. You all sigh with relief. It's alright to continue like this. Ferelda's gonna be alright. You're going to be alright. Everything will be alright. You wake up early the next morning. With a yawn, you stretch out your arms and push the hair out of your face. But then you feel something thin stuck between your fingers. Your eyes slowly wander to your hand. Your skin feels thinner and drier than usual. And on your palm, there's several strands of loose hair. You immediately stand up, stumbling towards a bucket full of water to check your reflection. Your face looks fine, and so does your hair. At least at first. August stirs and rubs her eyes. You open your mouth and then again close it. You can't bring yourself to admit what's happening to you. Instead, you shake your head and tell August to go back to sleep. She blinks and yawns and lays back down. Or if I want to sleep once more, you sneak your way outside and throw away the strands of hair. Why would you be losing hair? No one in your family has ever lost their hair this early in life. Just then, an old woman walks by. It's Arnhild, one of the few elders who are still alive in the village. A very dear person to you. Oh my, are you already awake, my dear? A child like you needs sleep. You smile and greet her. I'm already 22, Arnhild. You will always be a child to me, my dear. Did you have a nightmare? You start to nervously knead your hands. Something like that. Actually, Einhard, is it possible to lose hair at my age? Einhild tilts her head, inspecting you closely. That's very unusual, my dear. Maybe you are stressed? Has something difficult been troubling you? Maybe how you feel about your acts towards Ferelda? You hesitate, then shake your head. You feel ashamed just thinking of the possible dangers you've exposed Ferelda to. No way you'd be able to confess that to Einhild. How about you join me in my knitting tomorrow? I was going to make some scarves for the coming winter. That sounds very nice. I'll be there. She softly pats her head and smiles. Take care, Isgard. With a newfound warmth in your heart, you return home and do your usual chores. I think Isgard is a girl? Because, like, there was something of, like, oh yeah, you, like, adjust your dress or something earlier, I think. Could be wrong though. Okay, female pattern baldness. When you arrive at Anhut's home, you can already smell hot herb tea and pie she has prepared. You enjoy a sweet conversation with her as you eat. After you finish, Einhut prepares the wool and needles. You take a seat. You pick your knitting needles and prepare the first row of knits. Your finger starts to hurt. You suck in a groan between your gritted teeth and shake off the wool. To ease the pain, you slowly open and close your hand. The joints hurt when you flex your fingers. Are you alright? I don't know what's happening, Einhild. My hands hurt. I barely started knitting. You swallow hard to hold back your tears. Oh, poor dear. If only we could visit the witch or just had a village doctor. She gently hugs you and caresses your back. You choke back a sob. You are not alone, my dear. I'm here with you, alright? You draw in deep breaths to calm down, and after a minute, you break away to look at her. Her face is full of worry, and she takes your hands in hers. Scarred, to be specific, do your joints hurt? Yes. That only started when, well after I turned 50, my dear. You bite your lip. A tear rolls down your cheek. Einhild sighs sadly and rubs your palms with her thumbs to soothe you. Drink tea often, and try and walk outside every day. I know, when we are scared, we want to hide away, but you have to keep your own body, be kind to your own body and keep it moving. Especially now. Can you do that for me? You nod. Good. But I also think that it's alright for you to take it easy today and get some rest. Tell your mother that it was on my recommendation. You return home and tell your mother what Einhild said. What? But tomorrow we'll be going out to collect berries. Do you think you can at least carry a little? I'm sorry. She sighs. You can sleep today at least. There's nothing pressing right now. You agree, then head to your room to lay down. You've been sick before, but you've never feared, what's happening to your body so much. What if tomorrow hurts even more? You lay awake in your bed with fear in your heart. The next day... You follow the other women of the village to collect berries in the forest. Your mother, true to her word, has given you a small basket. Soon as you spot Mildred and Siglin and move to join them. Siglin is looking much more tired than usual, and Mildred's hair looks thinner. Last few days. Were they also strange for you? I think my back is starting to hurt more than usual, and my skin is so dry. In my case, it's my arms. They don't seem to be as strong anymore. I almost let my son fall. Siglin covers her face with one free hand. I've never seen her so weak and afraid before, not even just after childbirth. My hair is slowly falling out, and my fingers hurt when I tried to knit. Einhild said that those things only happen to her when she was in her 50s. This is another, maybe needs a space after the period. Siglin looks terrified. Wait. No, but... We're aging faster, aren't we? No, we can't be. I need to be strong. My son can't take care of himself yet. Siglin, not so loud. She forces herself to calm down. Thankfully, no one has noticed her outburst. Have you guys seen anyone else looking weak or sick? Maybe there's something in the water of the well? You shake your head, so does Siglin. So, only those of us who gave their blood to Ferelda are getting worse? You all turn your heads to look at Ferelda. She's full of energy as she forages with the others. Her hair, her skin, her light movements all look bright and lively. Again, I really don't think that this was necessary. You try and ignore the churning in your stomach when you look at her and push yourself to focus on the berries. Face it, Isgard. Don't try and look away. We don't know what it is. Ferelda just did what we told her to. Yeah, and it worked out well for her. Look at her! Young, pretty, healthy, with a kind of noble as a future husband to boot. How about we look in the witch's cabin again? Maybe there's a way to undo the spell? But we did all that to make sure the noble falls in love with Ferelda. What if we undo it and suddenly the noble has no interests? What about the village? We'll go to the cabin and decide after we read how to do it. Understood? Her fierce gaze makes you take a step back. You pause, but ultimately nod in agreement. That same night, the three of you ransack the cabin until you find the book again. Just why wasn't it in the same spot as before? Before you can think about it, you try to concentrate on your more pressing issue. You leaf through the book, stopping once again at the page for the spell of youth and beauty. Brows furrow, you carefully read it again, continuing to the next few pages. They contain notes of past experiments the witch made, until the right words for the spell were found. Then, at the bottom of the last page, you find a paragraph on reversing the spell itself. Read it! Hurry! I used a test scoop and made them give their youth and beauty to one of the other members. Observing them made it clear that the others who gave their blood aged faster. A verbal reversal spell was not enough to stop the process. The only method I've found so far is to kill the one who drinks the blood after the receiver's death. The others slowly recover. Maybe it's like damming a river. More testing will be needed. All of you freeze in silence. For what feels like an eternity, you can only hear the winds and animals outside. Mildred starts to shake her head. But Ferelda just did what we told her to. So we're aging a lot faster. And we don't even know how much time we have left. Siglin slams her hand on the table. I can't die so soon! What about my child? Who's going to take care of him? I want to see him grow up. I'm going to be there for my husband. I can't leave them behind! She takes a deep, shuddered breath. It's decided. As unfair as it is to Ferelda, we need our lifespans back. And you will tell no one about this. Understood? You're about to say something, but she grabs her wrist so hard that it hurts. Try telling someone and see what you make me do, Isgard. Terrified, you mumble some sort of reply. Siglin lets go of your wrist and you step aside outside in silence. You return home with laden feet and a heavy heart. As you shut the door, you could swear you heard a snicker in the wind. Next morning, you almost let the axe fall on your feet while chopping wood. How are the elders doing daily tasks with such weakened bodies? Siglin visits you after breakfast. She brings you behind your own home, out of sight of both the villagers and the visitors. Isgard, meet me later in the forest by our usual spot. We need to discuss something. You can imagine what this is about. Alright, I'll be there. Around dusk, you return to the forest to meet Siglin again. This time, Mildred is there as well, looking just as uncomfortable as you. Everyone's here. Good. So, we need a plan. And no, we cannot leave Ferelda alive. Is this the conviction of a mother, or was this side of Siglin always there? Was she always this ready to sacrifice others for her own survival? Isgard, any ideas? Well, it's kind of hard now, because the noble cares about Ferelda. Getting her to be alone with us might be harder now, too. Mildred, have anything to counter that? Maybe we convince her if we say that it's, to make a surprise present for Honorable Alden. Didn't you used to make flower garlands for Ferelda when you were kids? You avoid Siglin's eyes. It's such an innocent memory, unmarked by your later jealousy of Ferelda. A time when you just enjoyed her company. And now Siglin wants to use that to lure Ferelda to her death? Are you listening, Isgard? Yes. Then invite her to go flower picking. Tell her you want to make a flower garland for the Honorable Odin with her. You take your time replying, but you know Siglin will only accept one answer. Still, you want to delay her plans if you can. But looking for flowers at night wouldn't make sense. No, right. Just get her to come into the deep woods then, near the cabin. We just need to push her face right into the earth so her screams won't be as loud. What a cold-hearted matter-of-fact answer. Go, now. Mildred and I will prepare while you get her. You turn around and walk back to the village. Will you really go through with this? We are going to save, and we are going to kill her. You're terrified to know how fast you're aging. You want to live. Accepting what that means, you take a deep breath and make up your mind. Ferelda has to go. You head to Ferelda's home, but she isn't there. Her foraging basket and shears are gone, so she is likely in the forest gathering herbs. You find Ferelda alone and wave her over to you. Oh, Isgard, what is it? I was just about to go home. I just had an idea for something that we could gift to his lordship as a surprise. Oh? Remember making flower garlands together? He would certainly be happy about getting one from you. You think so? But that was when we were younger. And only girls who gave those, and girls only gave those to boys they liked. Congratulations there on getting first. I could have sworn someone else had first earlier, but maybe I'm wrong. And girls only gave them to the boys they liked. Well, would I say you two are... Well, would I say that you two are really close now? No? All the more reason to. That's... Yes. What a sweet reaction. You watch her with conflicted feelings. You want to cheer her on, but you also feel jealous of seeing her happiness. A kind, good-looking man, a rich one no less, giving her such attention and care. You know she's kind and think she deserves it, but it doesn't stop that lingering bitterness. And then there's this murky feeling of immense guilt that aches in your chest when you remember Siglin's words. Since you were done here anyway, do you want to head a little further into the forest with those flowers? I guess. But do you think it's safe to go now? The sun is about to set. We grew up here, Ferelda. It should be fine. She thinks for a while, then nods. Let's go then. With heavy feet, you guide Ferelda further and further in, to where Siglin and Mildred are waiting. You keep going in a certain direction. Are there better flowers out this way? Yeah, I know a good spot. Ferelda looks in a different direction. I know one too. Let's go there. Before you can stop her, she's already walking the other way, and fast. Ferelda, come on. I know a better one. Oh no, Siglin might misunderstand this. You need to walk her in her direction, or else she might suspect betrayal. Ferelda shakes you off, and then looks confused when she glances past you. What are Siglin and Mildred doing here? As you turn, you see Mildred lifting a huge rock and running to Ferelda. Idiot! You should have walked more slowly! Ferelda shakes you off and runs. Siglin aims and throws a rock at her head, and it hits the target. Ferelda stumbles, but continues to run. Odin! Odin! Save me! You hear galloping sounds coming closer until suddenly a horse jumps between you and Feralda. Odin's men surround you. Odin climbs down from his horse and hugs Feralda. Why are you here? You know I'm looking for bandits. It's not safe. He sees the blood on her head and instantly draws his sword, pointing at you. Capture them and get every last piece of information out of them. The three of you are tortured for hours. Mildred is the one who breaks and confesses everything. Your execution is to be held tomorrow. Ah, yeah, there you go. Never would you have thought that you would one day stand tied in this village center where you've lived your whole life. Terror, panic, shame all fill your mind. You can't bear to look up and risk seeing your family, especially August. Odin's men kick you down, making you kneel. Odin steps forward and salutes with his fists on his chest. I, Odin of Schwarzenberg, have been given the authority to care for and judge this territory. A grave crime was about to take place when we caught wind of an assassination plot against one of your very own kind with my future wife. The people whisper amongst themselves in a mixture of surprise and anger. Let this be a lesson to all evil out there. In the end, justice will prevail. Men, your swords. Time stills. With one clean cut, your head is separated. In another second, an explosion of pain, but also nothingness passes by. Here you were born, here you die. Ending. Justice prevails. Okay. Well, that is actually all that we have time for. I might go get a different ending off stream though. Oh, and let's look at the gallery. Ah, very smart. Okay, yeah, so there's like 4 endings. Yeah, either I'm going to get another ending off stream or go through more endings off stream, or I will come back to this at a later stream, maybe. But even though Irisu is not streaming yet, I'm going to direct the raid to Irisu, and y'all are gonna wait for half an hour because I'm gonna get interviewed by Irisu. So the page will go to someone that is not not streaming yet. Or I think I can do that, right? Okay, but seriously, what did you do? We tried to kill the pretty girl because she was sucking all the youth from us and our friends. And then she ran through the forest and was like, "Oh my god, Odin, help me!" And Odin showed up and he was like, "Oh, you done a fucking crime now, son. You done fucked up." And then we got beheaded. So yeah, that is what happened. I think I can do this, right? Wait, you're the bad guy? Yeah, I mean, like, we had to kill her, right? But yes, I need to go. I need to get up and stretch a little bit before setting up with Irisu, so we will raid Irisu. So we will see you in half an hour for poison points. And yeah, to anyone watching the VOD, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoy, and we're gonna go in 3, 2, 1. See ya!